So you've got 5 minutes. We have got your submission, don't we? You have 10 minutes. But we do have your submissions in front of you. So if you would leave as much time as you can for questions, because I'm sure we will have, would be great. So we'll give you 2 things to the gavel at 2 minutes and 1 bang at 1 minute. Just hold fire for another 30 seconds to see if Brenda arrives.
It's like a moment of silence.
She may be on a phone call. So anyway, please go ahead.
I'm sure I won't take up the 10 minutes. I attended both the long-term planning meeting and the spatial planning meeting held in Greytown, and obviously I've submitted to both. I just really wanted to reiterate what I'd said in person. I'm a rural resident and landowner that would be affected by things with the change of the long-term plan and the Pathway Road and the stuff in the spatial plan, which maybe the council needs to start thinking about now, concerning Pathway Road. If that spatial plan goes ahead and that area is rezoned. But long-term plan first, the only thing I really wanted to say there was to do with the possible closing of the transfer station, the recycling station. It's crazy to think that that's a sensible thing to do. If it has to be moved, move it. But we don't want fly tipping. We're supposed to be going green environmentally, and you're going to take away a facility that would mean a drive either to Featherstone, Martinborough, or Carterton if Carterton don't close their borders on us, because at the moment a lot of us take some of our waste and recycling to Carterton anyway, just because geographically it's closer. And the thought that somewhere like Greytown, which is growing like it is and is going to grow more, can manage without at least recycling facility and green waste facility, I just think is short-sighted and bonkers. I'm sorry, but I feel that strongly about it. I know it's not in an ideal place, and the roads to it aren't brilliant, but maybe the council should be thinking about opening the road, is it South Street? And I know NZTA have a problem with openings onto the main highway and stuff like that, but that's big picture stuff that needs addressing, regardless in a way of what happens with the recycle centre, because if Greytown's going to carry on growing, it's only going to be a matter of time before that state highway just gets more and more accidents. At the moment, the accidents don't seem to be at the crossings, but that one, Pathway Road, Humphrey Street one, with all the new developments that are happening in right by the transfer station anyway, I can't remember.
Hayward Junction.
Yes, that. And the further builds that will happen on Governor's Green, because not all those plots have been built on yet. You know, that junction's a nightmare as it is, and it's only going to get worse. So, as I say, it's bonkers if you close the recycling centre, and I really worry for rural people that we'll get the brunt of the fly tipping that happens, because people aren't going to do it in the middle of town because they'll be seen. But down some of the quieter roads, the junk's just going to happen, and it does very occasionally happen anyway. Down by the river at the bottom of Curritivity Street and stuff like that, there's the odd bit of fly tipping. And I mean, at the moment, I think we're really lucky, but green waste tipping can become a problem as well if you do away with the green waste. It's not just the real fly tipping of the couches and stuff like that, it's the green waste tipping, which can then attract vermin and stuff. So that's the long-term plan. The spatial plan. I'm a landowner on Pathway Road. I have spoken at one of the community board meetings about my concerns about the speed of the traffic on Pathway Road anyway, and the gravel extraction lorries going up and down there, and I was told that at that time that the speed along the road was going to be, or lots of our rural roads were going to be looked at. The gravel extraction presumably is an ongoing thing, because we have periods when there's no gravel extraction, lorries going up and down, and then we have periods when it's really busy. They're doing it again now. They're starting at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're finishing after 5 o'clock at night. They're travelling in both directions on Papawai Road. And I have to say, the roadworks that are going on Papawai Road at the moment to improve the main sewerage is actually a blessing, because there's roadworks there. And as people come around the corner and they see the things, they slow down. And it means that we're not getting gravel lorries passing each other at 100 k's. My concern last time is the same this time. There's no footpaths down there. And high school kids and dog walkers go up and down there, and we have to jump into uneven green grass, steep slope because the runoffs and stuff like that. If that land opens up between Jellicoe and Papawai, presumably there'll be more entrances on and off Papawai Road, so the traffic's going to get bigger. In conjunction with that, at the community meeting, public meeting, my husband asked a question about the Maori land down at the Marae, and was told that that was completely separate. Now that's fair enough, but if they're planning to maybe develop some of the Maori land down at the Marae for housing as well, that's only going to mean even more traffic up and down and pedestrians up and down. So please, 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 if you open up that land, think ahead and do something about the speed limits and the pavements before it starts, because of course as soon as it starts, that's when you get all the big lorries going up and down and frustrations if there's roadworks and stuff going on. Also from that perspective, one of the things that was discussed was the reason that GB is probably going to be opened up now is because previously the council had said they wanted all the development to be on the west side of the main street of Greytown. And it was actually mentioned at that public meeting that not all the landowners there have decided to subdivide, and therefore there's a shortage. My concern is if you only open up GB for additional housing and not GA as well, then again, I'm one of those landowners, or my neighbours are those landowners. None of us plan to put 500 square metre sections on our land. Maybe money will burn a hole in our pockets in the long run, but in the short run, I can't see that many people on the Papawai Road side thinking about subdividing. And I suppose if we were to, certainly if we personally were to subdivide, we wouldn't do 500 square metre sections, because if we want to stay living there, we maybe wouldn't mind 1 or 2 houses on bits of the land that we're currently just grazing sheep on, but we would not want 10 little houses in a cul-de-sac. And I suppose that was another thing. It was mentioned that GA would be cul-de-sac land and that GB would be more likely to be roads straight through. The roads going through and connecting roads, of course, will only work if the right landowners sell to the same developer, or the developers work together to get that through. So I thought that was a bit of a spurious argument. I think that's me.
Gus, do you have any questions for Rachel? I will make a comment though that we will look at consent gravel extraction. I think we had to address this last time with trucks,
Yes.
but just as a total aside, we discussed 6 o'clock seems to be really dealt with. Well, Rachel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thanks, Rachel.
We are again running ahead of time, and I see Anne Rainford's not here yet for her submission. So we'll take another 5 minutes.
Going out for another.
We also have cancellation, so just finally said, and you can get up again. We had a cancellation. I'm not sure who it was. It was blank for the 10-11 slot.
Thank you.
So actually, there's 10. But we've got 10 minutes.
Oh, nice. I can make it some food then.
There are some cool And it's pies.
It's cold coffee. It's a cold coffee.
Cold coffee.
It's still warm.
I don't even know where the coffee was.
But I have to say, the taste is getting
Are you nearly there with your little coffee?
well, I'm just thinking I should drink it just to make a point now.
I'm going to go get slowly in that
Oh, instead of that, okay, just 10 minutes to catch up. We've just got some gaps with Rob as well. Yeah.
Have we stopped recording? No, it's still recording. Good.
Catch up. That's the way right through Tararua, not Hawke's Bay, certainly that century. We'll reconvene just a tiny bit early, but because I see Anne is here, so we'd like to go Anne Langford and Retail Community. These are submissions 673 for long-term plan and 96 for the spatial plan. Graham speaking. So Graham, we've got you have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We have a knock at 2 minutes and one at 1 minute because we'll combine them together. We do have your submissions in front of you, in front of us. So if you could allow us enough time to ask questions, it's a common. We have questions we'd love to ask, but run out of time.
Okay. I always think it's very important that anybody puts a submission in, they come and talk to it. I think people don't. We take things far more serious than just putting a submission in and think that things are going to get done. Planning Community Board put quite a bit of thought and work into presenting our submission. As you see, we agree with most of the items, well, virtually all of the items that was on the long-term plan, the spatial plan, but we do have some concerns about 4 actually. So we acknowledge the work that the council has put in to both the documents and there's a great work. Thank you for that. So I'll just look down. We do have concern regarding the importance of safety access, regarding the extra traffic if the developments go through on the east side, crossing the main road. It is an issue even now, so we felt we want to raise that regarding, and also anybody that is accessing to Woodside Road getting across. I know that comes into the Lands Transport more probably than the council. Something that is going to, I think, well, it will definitely get worse rather than get better. The area of concern is the option of GB, sorry, GB was your proposed urban expanding to the east. My concern is that I brought up the public meeting, the distance that you're going as a long-time resident. I'm concerned that you were getting into very soft ground. And that I think could cause not only the council, but any prospective purchaser that wants to build a dwelling or any other structure that will come into major work. And I mean piles, big long piles. And so I think there is, well, the community board as well, I think there is other areas that can be investigated and not go so far east. I'm not saying not east at all, we're just saying not so far as what has been proposed. And those other areas is Wakeman Street. I'm not sure how many know of Wakeman Street. That ties up with College and Popeye Road. That is not developed at this stage. It is a paper road. It is grazed. That I believe there is a sewer line through there. I'm not sure the diameter of it, but I believe there is a sewer line through there. So that is one area that could be opened up. And the other area being from Humphrey Street to Governor's Green. These areas are areas that are very stony, which I think is the areas where the houses should be built on, very solid ground, and all of them will put a bit of topsoil over for their lawns and so on. And then the other area is from Humphrey Street through to Wood Street. So there's those areas there could be picked up to compensate for the area and not going so far east. What else from there? Going now on to the long-term plan.
Graham, can I just add a couple of things? We're also concerned about the character of the town. We're going to be putting too many houses on, and we would prefer that developments go across the town rather than just expanding in that one particular area. It will affect the character of the town. And that is something that we want to preserve. We also stress the issue of road safety. We've already got problems getting on the road from our side of town. If you were to build a significant number of houses, then the pressure getting onto the main road is going to be astronomical. And we're going to have serious problems. The long-term plan, we support the mowing of the town berms for the residents to take that responsibility. It's great having a big percentage of them do it now, but we do have a concern for the areas that the council is responsible for. There was an issue that was raised by the general public over the Christmas New Year period. The areas that the council was responsible for were very long, and I mean very long. I don't know how long they had not been mowed for. So I think if the council is going to say to the residents to mow the burns to a standard, that the council has got to meet that same standard. And so they need to be mowed regularly and mowed before a long weekend, and like Christmas, New Year, Easter, Queen's birthday weekend, those long weekends. I think the grass booms should be looking smart, and particularly the council areas. The recycling, yes. Yes, the Grantham Community Board does not agree with not having a recycling centre. We feel that, well, the towns only need to get bigger, and so we feel that if all the other towns have a recycling centre, Grantham certainly should have its own recycling centre. We agree that it should be relocated, and realise that is going to be an issue for the council to
work through. What do we say? We supported a 2-year transition period, not 6 months. So the whole process is done in the proper way, and the community is informed through that whole process.
I'm interested to know just how many submissions you had in terms of that Great Town Recycling Centre, because we've had so many people in the town come to see us with concerns that made them. And it is going to be a very topical issue for some time to come. So, you know, I would reiterate what Graham has said. Is it needs to move. However, when people walked into that street, they knew it was there. So I don't think that it needs to move tomorrow. What we need to do is find a better alternative place for that within the Great Town area.
Oh, right. Councillors, do you have any questions? We'll start with Pam and then move to you.
Hi. And then Graham, you talk about not closing the recycling centre but relocating it. Do you have an idea of where you think you would like to relocate that to? Because you have that scenario of not at my back door from residents. So when you say relocate it, where to?
Yes, that's right. And I totally agree that maybe we wanted in their backyard. I do know there was some work done on it back in the, well, say 20 years ago, and there was a response from the current engineer. He advertised for expressing interest, and he did get quite a response. What's happened to that? Whether that's the process the council would look at advertising. I don't know what area you would mean. Unfortunately, the council did have some land just within the vicinity of the substation, Midwell's Cutting Road, but that was sold, has been sold since.
Always a problem when you sell council land.
Right, thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question on the mowing of the berms.
Yes.
Have you got any sense from the community about those people who are unable to mow their own lawns? Have you had any feedback from the community?
Not as yet. You're meaning older or disabled
People who are maybe disabled or so elderly that.
I don't think that would be an issue because I don't know how many mowing companies, people that mow lawns are great at, but there'd be more than 4. And people that are in that category, know they can get financial funding through I think SWINS. Yeah.
And they'd
And
already be having done their lawns mowed, wouldn't they? So it really would just be an extension, and they'll be doing that already.
where the issue would be is where somebody's got a piece of land and they don't live in town.
Unfortunately, we've reached the end of our time, but thank you very much for your submission. It would be great to have a bit more time, but thank you very much. I'll cease for morning tea and we'll start back again at 10:50. Submission 421 to the long-term plan. Ian, we have 5 minutes. We do have your submission in front of us. So if you can leave as much time for questions as possible, would be fantastic.
Basically, I feel quite strongly about the proposed development of Greytown to the east side of town. To my knowledge, most wells on the western side of town are something like 7 metres deep for your water table. So if you go to the east side of town, you're looking at more like 2 metres or less, it appears. that the water is closer to the surface. You're looking at a wetter area to build or develop. Also for Featherston, it seems, you know, you wanted to develop Featherston at an earlier stage than perhaps Greytown. Fine, but you've also what seems to be left the Bullbush Gully water reservoir unused. You know, some years ago when that was developed, you know, it's $1 million investment plus interest, which is still, the infrastructure is still there. I'm not quite sure why it can't be used, but if you're going to keep moving up the valley to take your water, and you've got these infrastructures in place in Featherston, you know, it just bothers me that if the growth is going to be what's proposed, won't be long before you're beginning water from Micadona. The other thing, of course, is the number of lifestyle blocks which are being developed. It doesn't appear to be the best use of land when many of the properties seem to have covenants that means that, you know, there's no productive use of that land. And I'd also perhaps like to see the better soils conserved rather than seeing houses put on. Pretty much the guts of what I want to say.
Short and sharp. Councillors, do you have any questions on this submission?
Which areas in Greytown that they've marked out do you see as the better soil types?
Well,
So we don't want it, basically. We want to see.
You've got most of your land to the Jellicoe Street and further down. You know, that sort of
So that's okay.
pretty good soil, and your Wood Street area would appear to be pretty damn good.
Really good. Thank you.
For development. For development, Wood Street area.
No, for preserve it.
Or preserve it.
Preserve.
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to-
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, perhaps since we've got tons of time, what are your thoughts regarding the Greenfield site at Woodside?
Yeah, certainly. You know, I mean, it's rocks. You know, you can't grow a lot on rocks. You know, it's not soil that is in danger of, you know, erosion or other problems. I mean, there may be some contaminants out there which could prove to be a problem, but that's for the experts to decide.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, Ian. You say in your submission you strongly disagree with the proposal to close down the recycling centre. Do you want to expand? Have we got options you'd like us to go?
I guess everybody's probably said the same thing on this. You know, like, why would you want to cart your rubbish all the way to green waste all the way to another town? And as you obviously see, and yesterday would be a prime example, driving out of Greytown in a funeral procession, only have to dodge bits of branches when somebody's dropped down the main road. I mean, good God, you know. You know, it's just going to be rubbish everywhere, really.
So is your thing with this, is it more about the green waste or the recycling?
Well, the green waste is obviously the major use of that site, although the recycling is certainly beneficial to everybody. You know, it has pretty good use there. I mean, okay, if you've got another site, if you can sell that site and come up with another site that's better, good on you. But I think that, you know, the well-managed site, that part of town is ideal if it's managed properly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now Rosemary Montgomery. possibly related?
Mine is on the transfer station, so follow on from there. And I'm just going to read mine. I agree that the green waste in Greytown has become a problem, but disagree to the council's preferred option for residents to take this waste to Martinborough, Featherston or Dalefield, because that's all right. This will create bottlenecks at these sites and is certainly against reducing carbon emissions noted in your climate change policy. It might save 80,000 to council, but not to at the ratepayer's expense. I'd like to know how many people visit the transfer station each day that it is open, so it'd be interesting to have those statistics, please. My points are as follows. Green waste needs to be shredded more frequently if the facility in Greytown remains where it is. This has been poorly managed and green waste pushed up against the bund along the rail trail. This was done by a subcontractor of Earth Care with nobody overseeing the destruction it caused. Rats are a problem for waste left to rot for months on end. Council need to inform us of other land it owns that could be better utilised for a transfer station nearer Greytown. Council could sell the Cotter Street site to purchase land more suited for a recycling facility, but within the Greytown rural area. Council could have leased or sold the commercial land at the men's shed. The developer was prepared to turn this into an amazing urban hub, no cost to council, to offset long-term planning infrastructure. Many ratepayers question the lack of financial future-proofing of sold or leased potential there. Greytown has major growth in housing. Green waste and recycling will only increase. Transporting to other towns does not address this problem long term. Featherston have our water. I'm pretty sure they don't want our recycling. Some residents who cannot afford the cost of travel will dump rubbish on rural roads. This is already occurring. In transit, rubbish will be blown off trailers and boots. I am saying either keep and manage properly or relocate to a more suitable site in close proximity to Greytown.
Okay. Thank you, Rosemary. Councillor Jeremy.
Yeah, Rosemary, I personally know your view on the Wheels Park, so would you like to have a little?
Thank you for that opportunity, and congratulations to Sid Kempton and his team that have pursued this for the last 3, I think, long-term plans, and since I was first involved with that, and I'm pleased to see that the majority of the submissions made agreed to have that facility. It is going to be amazing for Greytown. It will put us on the map. The kids deserve it. It's in a great locality. Yeah, let's hope it happens. And the developer from Rich Landscapes, who's has just completed Maidstone Max, fantastic. So we could be something that we're really, really proud of. And like, congratulations to those people that have persevered, because it's been a long time coming. Thank you.
Yes.
I just have a question. You alluded to the problems with rail trail in terms of rats. How regularly do you have a problem?
The rats were terrible 2 years ago. In fact, Ian and I started trapping with a trap there to record the number of rats. But at that stage, the waste was not being shredded, and people do put fruit waste and stuff in with their green waste. So one time we were walking down there and Ian said, I hate rats, can't stand them. He said, stand still and just look. And in and out of that massive waste, the rats were horrendous. I think we're on top of it now. I think thanks to Alistair following up on our complaint about the destruction of the trees on the bund, I think that problem's addressed for now, and let's hope that stays that way. And it was just totally poor management. The contractor just kept pushing and pushing all that green waste until it fell onto the rail trail and the trees that we planted over the last 10 years. So.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose.
Thank you.
Actually, the rats are a problem. We have that same problem.
So now, finally, Sid sat for 2 days. This is number.
It's going to be the biggest anti-climax ever. So, Sid, what are you going to talk about?
Yeah. So so as you know, I'm not going to need, I don't need to repeat that.
Yep.
Go for it.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm a bit of a numbers person, so I thought I'd give some people a few numbers and a bit of background to some of the, a couple of the comments that have been made over the last few days, but also some of the negative feedback. We've got plenty of people who have been really positive about it. And, so I thought I'd clarify a few of the misconceptions that some of those negative ones might have made in their written. So I did a bit of analysis. You know, as we all know, there were 6 key questions that got asked from our whole South Warwick community. 685 submissions were made online. We all know that. When you do a bit of analysis, question 5, so that's the Wheels Park and integrated play space, they had the highest response rate, 636 respondents, and the next best was 606, and that was the recycling centre in Greytown. So we had the most engagement of all of those 5 questions, and arguably it was the least controversial question of all of them. 0 impact on rates, and there's money already available. So I really want to just reiterate the point that we got a strong feedback from the community on it. You know, really good engagement. And when you dig a bit deeper on those responses, and you guys know you had to do the strongly agree, neutral, strongly disagree, and disagree. If you group the agrees and the disagrees, and you ignore the neutrals because they didn't matter either way, that question 5, once again, we got the strongest outcome of anyone, whether it was agree or disagree. We got 72% of people agreed that the council should spend that money in that location. And the next kind of highest was 63%, and that was the people who didn't want to change the recycling centre. So I just really want to make it clear that the least controversial and the least expense option, or no expense option, we got amazing engagement. So please don't forget that when you're making your decisions. I want to probably correct just a couple of comments that were made by Gray Harrison yesterday. Noise specifically from skateboards. We probably just need to balance that when you're making your decisions with the fact that it's an industrial zone. There's a concrete factory in behind it that's been there for a long time. A house moving company in an industrial zone. You know as well as me. I guess you could sell it and they could put a rock crusher there or build a crematorium. So, we've got to balance that with the zoning and kids laughing, make noise, kids screaming and having fun, make noise, cars make noise and things like that. So I just hope you balance his claimed criticism that skateboards are the loudest noise he's ever heard because he lives in an apartment in Wellington overlooking Waitangi Park. He talked about Waitangi Park being so much bigger than the proposed site, Pier Street. So all it takes is a quick couple of clicks of the map and it turns out that Waitangi Park, so that is on the waterfront in Wellington, it's got a skateboard and a children's playground area. He said it was much bigger than the proposed one in Greytown. In actual fact, it's only 4,300 square metres. Pier Street sites, 5,536, so over half a hectare. So that Waitangi Park site services, I know there was numbers talked about yesterday, 200,000 probably people in the central city. Well, we don't quite have that many people in Greytown. So hopefully you can balance those comments up, or there's lack of facts up and behind it. His claim that $1 million isn't enough money, well, I don't know what basis that was. He certainly didn't provide any evidence. We've had Richard Smith from Rich Landscapes talk about stage development. Yep, you can always spend more, but you can always stage developments and you cut the cloth accordingly and get your community in behind it. Talk a minute ago. We've got to remember skateboarding's an Olympic sport, and I can't remember any. It's only just been made an Olympic sport, and I don't know of any South Warwick residents who have been in the Olympics in the last few years. But how cool could it be if this was the start of something for the future? Just with the last minute, I'll be quiet then so I can get asked questions, because inevitably it's going to be about the location, and I'm happy to talk about that.
Cool, great. Councillors, any questions? Brenda.
Can you just expand on your opinion of the recycling centre? You strongly disagree, you strongly agree that we should get rid of it?
Oh, right, yeah, surprised you. Yeah, I live in a rural area. We drive, it's hardly ever open for convenient times for me, so we just drive to Carterton anyway.
That's our vibe.
It was that
Thank you very much.
Sorry for reading.
Yeah.
Well, that is true.
All right, councillors coming. We now have Jackie Gray from the Greytown Sports and Leisure. This is submission number 487 in the long-term plan. Welcome, Jackie. I'm sure everyone knows you from previous submissions, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just wanted to let everyone know that Greytown Sport and Leisure Society Board would like to support the council's preferred option to create this new play space on an already council-owned site of Pier Street. It's extremely important to preserve any central green space in Greytown with our population growth and development that's coming to the region. It's been a long time coming for many groups of keen wheels park enthusiasts who would welcome the fact that this space can be an integrated play space with a skate park component, the playground, active recreation like a basketball half court and rest areas all in one. The clever utilisation of multi-purpose parts to this park is key. For example, seating to watch children playing can also be utilised as a skate park feature when not in use. It's designed purposefully to be a skate, grind or slide obstacle. And if you sit in my office, the current seats outside the Greytown Town Centre act really well for this at the moment, on the metal edge. The additional recreational area will help achieve the council's strategic objectives of the spatial plan to create better connections and aid social wellbeing. The clever design possibilities are going to provide an opportunity for all ages to interact and utilise this space with parking and safe access. Its close proximity to the rail trail, the dog park will see families being able to park up, walk there and use all three zones. Having a recreational area that provides a place to socialise and play a game of half-court basketball, practice, learn and teach new tricks on your scooter or skateboard will be magic. And the Māori concept of tuakana taina, where older kids are teaching and caring for younger children, is evident in skate parks throughout the world, and it will be here too. To those of us who have preconceived notions about groups of youths hanging out and causing trouble, our community police supervisor, Mr. Stephen Cameron, has reported that Greytown has very little disorder type crime associated with youth. He also, in the same breath, knows that parks for youth do attract some calls for police assistance, but it's often minor and it can be sorted now in the planning stage with clever design, robust construction and being open plan, not tucked away, lighting, etc. Constable Cameron also adds, and I personally wholeheartedly agree, that these recreational spaces are so important to give to our youth, especially when it can get them outside and doing something physical that doesn't involve a computer or a device. Thank you to everyone who's worked hard to provide opportunities for our youth in the South Wairarapa, and thank you to the councillors for your time and support of the proposal.
Thank you, Jackie. Councillors, do you have any questions, Jackie?
Kia ora, Jackie, thank you for coming in for your submission. With regards to the play park, do you know if there is a group within Greytown that have thought about being included as creating the, I want to say toys, but how it's going to be laid out?
Well, with Sid and the Wheels Park group, we've had consultations with key components of our community. The Greytown Sport Leisure Society is a network, so we can be used to have consultation with all groups, so we get everybody's opinion before it begins.
Well done. Okay. Any other questions? Jackie, thank you very much. We now have Simon Fuller from the Culinary College. So submission number 535 long-term plan. Welcome to this submissions hearing. We have 5 minutes. We have a submission in front of us. So if you could leave as much time as possible for questions. We are a couple of minutes ahead of ourselves. So as I for there's a number of school pupils here, we might get a bit more difficult.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Simon Fuller, Tokoima, ko te tumuaki te kura tuarua o Kuranui. Thank you very much for your time this morning. So we're here on behalf of Kuranui College to support Big Decision 5, the development of the new Greytown play space. Now, I'm not going to do the talking today. I'm going to hand over to 3 of our wonderful young people who are going to speak on behalf of the students at Kuranui College about the benefits of such a space, the misconceptions that are out there about youth, and benefiting our future generations. So, kia ora, I'd like to introduce Liam. Rip into it, buddy.
Yes, so kia ora koutou. My name is Liam Andrew, and I'm an ex-student of Greytown School, and I'm currently a Year 10 junior leader at Kuranui College. And I'm also a current resident of Greytown. The main goal of this project is to create a space that all ages can enjoy. As a teenager myself, there are currently no real spaces that we can enjoy in Greytown. And as any normal teenager, you want to feel connected and valued. And as a wheels park would be a fantastic way to address that issue, as socializing is commonplace in this sort of environment. A wheels park will allow teenagers to stay healthy and fit, relieve some stress, whilst also being able to do something they love. So by investing in this project, you're also investing in me, in the teenagers throughout Greytown, as well as the future of our town.
Hello, my name is Sarah Hodgson, and I am a Year 10 student at Kuranui College. I'm a current resident of Greytown, and I previously attended Greytown Primary School. The media portrays youth in a negative light, but this stereotyping is far from the truth. I skateboard. Do I really look like trouble? Youth are kind, honest, caring, careful, and are full of integrity and determination, just like all of the other members of our community. If this park were to be built, I can guarantee you that it would be used. Youth would put down their phones and get out of the house to travel down to the play space and either socialize with other people or practice or even learn a new skill, which can lead to the development of even more skills which we can use in the future. If we were to obtain this play space, we would be very grateful to our council and would be motivated to take care of the space and the rest of our community even more than we are currently doing now. Because youth are the future generations and we deserve to live our lives to the fullest, we would absolutely love to have this play space. Thank you.
Kia ora and hello, my name is Colin Marks. I am a student at Kuranui College and come from Greytown Primary School. Greytown is growing along with the rest of the Wairarapa, and we need a place for young people to be. As Sarah has said, a lot of these stereotypes around skaters are false, and I believe that that we would do a great job taking care of the space that we would like to be given. Us as young people who have been driving for a place such as this would fully take on the responsibility as the kaitiaki of the space, knowing that it would be special and a privilege to have such an area. We would take care of, respect and protect this space, making sure that it is clean and ready to use for anyone who wants to. When I first came to Kuranui College, there were 150 fewer students than there are now. And I'm sure that next year it will grow again, it will. This not only means that there are more people looking for a space to connect with others, it also means that there are more youth to look after our assets. And I believe that if we trust our future generations and give them an opportunity to shine, then we will treat the space with respect, that it deserves and show the community that we are reliable and valuable contributors to Greydown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Yes.
Morena tatou. Can you give me some really good examples of what taking care of the site looks like for you?
I think taking care of the site means, so if you're bringing rubbish or like a chippy package, like, you know, your Gatorade bottle or something, then I think that if there's I think there should be a rubbish bin there that is available for people to use and that they will use that to make sure that it's clean, not dirty or anything like that. I think that's maybe try and minimize graffiti, though. As long as it's respectful, I think that graffiti is a good way to be creative or make art or stuff. I think that's cool.
So you could have an actual space.
Yeah, I think there could be an awesome like graffiti wall that can be actually really cool.
Cool. Councillors, any other?
I was just going to say, Sarah, I don't think you're trouble.
Thank you.
But you don't know it. Actually, question. It's a clarification. But I have got a red-headed grandson.
Councillors, any other questions? Okay, guys, thank you very much for your submission. It's very, very useful, and I do appreciate the time you take to come in.
I've got one. One comment that I've heard around town is that for Kurunui, it could be something that draws kids out of school during school time. So will you comment on that?
Well, yeah, short answer would be no. Kids are well enough engaged inside the school gates. They'll get to use it outside of school in their own time. It's no more of an issue as the red areas down the road. Thank you.
Our next submission is submission 551 on the long-term plan. Alistair Holmes from the Ruakaka Valley residents. Ali, welcome. I think you were here yesterday, so I think you know the drill about 5 minutes.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, councillors. Yeah, probably had about enough of this, but just going to summarise it for you. I'm reading this on behalf of most of the residents of Ruakaka. And you had a fair few submissions yesterday. So this will take about a minute to summarise because you have the main document in front of you, no doubt. So the residents of the Ruakaka Valley strongly believe that the council should adopt option 2 in relation to the road sealing. While we are very grateful for the new seal applied recently, we think it is very important to continue sealing dangerous sections of the Ruakaka Road, in my case, one corner on Harangi Road as well. Our submission is based on real concern regarding the health and safety of all residents, businesses and visitors, including a large number of tourists using the road. As stated in our written submission, we now have 52 properties and a number of businesses using the road on a daily basis. These include Parkawi Agriculture, Foley Wines and Petuna Chasm. Petuna Chasm put through 8,000 visitors this season and the numbers will increase in the following years as they have done previously. High traffic volumes, including heavy ag machinery, stock and logging trucks, is not a good combination with tourist traffic unfamiliar with driving on gravel roads. In relation to the volume of traffic and damage done to the road, it appears that the maintenance is not keeping pace. Despite grading corrugations and potholes return in a very short time, our road was graded 2 days ago and my suspension only just made it here today. All residents have experienced close shaves with traffic crossing to the wrong side of the road to avoid these hazards. Little attention has been paid to drainage during the winter. In fact, in the drains of the new tar seal, the grass is already growing. Damage to vehicles continually driving over corrugations and hitting potholes is another issue, obviously. With a number of visitors unfamiliar with gravel using the road, we are experiencing more minor and some not so minor accidents. This is not good for the safety of residents or visitors, and I believe it will only be a matter of time before we have a serious and, forbid it, a fatal accident. Dust also has become a big health risk for some residents as a result of increased traffic volumes and the size and speed of modern trucks. This one affects me personally as my residence is right by the road in the right side of the wind, and the volume of traffic, we're just continually covered in dust. In short, the level of maintenance in relation to the volume of traffic is unsatisfactory and would likely fail to meet minimum safety requirements. We believe the road is no longer fit for purpose. In the short term, the level of maintenance needs to be increased dramatically. Speed limits unlikely to be useful as speedsters will not take any notice and slow visitors unlikely to reach the limit. However, signage to warn drivers to take care and keep left, together with warning signs when the seal ends and the gravel begins, would be useful. A 3-year delay in progressing any further seal will only worsen the situation and no doubt in the long term cost ratepayers considerably more. On the basis of safety, we request you adopt option 2.
Still got a minute.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Councillor, before we open up, perhaps I could. So you're requesting in your submission that there's an additional ceiling allocation of 1.5 k's to Harangi Road intersection, in addition to the balance of the 3 k's.
Correct. I'm talking long term here. Yeah. That corner by my house is also another danger risk, let alone the dust.
So there's another 3.3 kilometres there to
go. Well, no, the long straight up to my place is not a huge issue.
Yeah.
But that corner is. So at some stage, if you ask me about long term, I would like to see the tar seal all the way to Petuna or even Clay Creek Road, because that is where the major large volume of traffic.
Councillors?
I did have a question, but I'll ask you later.
I might have to answer it,
Ali, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. I now have submission 565, Nick Rakoff from the Age Concern Wairarapa. You have 5 minutes. We'll give you a gavel with 1 minute to go. We do have your submission in front of us, so if you could give us time for questions, it's fantastic.
Kia ora koutou. Ko tēnei takamihi ko ki ngā tangata whenua, ko te rohine. Ka mihi hoko a ki ngā mahi o te roko, South Wairarapa District Council. Ko Nick Rakoff tō koinga, ko kai whakahaere o he manaakitanga kamatoa. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your grace in allowing me to speak to the long-term plan for the South Wairarapa District Council. My name is Nick Rakoff, and I am the manager of Age Concern Wairarapa. I'm also the patrol leader for Featherston Community Patrol, so I might squeak an extra minute if I can. On the long-term plan, Age Concern commends the council on recognizing that older people are here and are a significant element of the overall population growth in the district. On the challenges and big decisions in the long-term plan, Age Concern is particularly appreciative and supportive of all efforts to provide safe and accessible footpaths and safe roading, and all efforts to improve public transport as described in the Spatial plan. As an organisation working across the Wairarapa, we do not have a position on how those initiatives are funded. That is for the local residents to decide. As Age Concern, we support the indications from the council to include tangata whenua in the planning and provision of all public services in partnership with local iwi. I would like to step a little bit sideways though, because in 2019, the 3 councils of the Wairarapa put a lot of effort into consulting on and developing Te Hokai Nuku, the positive aging strategy for our region. It reaffirms the council's commitment to value and to look after older people. The work of Age Concern is also very much centered on older people living valued, safe, and connected lives. Age Concern serves the needs of older people, or kaumātua, across the Wairarapa. We provide people over the age of 65 with opportunities to make connections. Many of our newer members have recently retired to the Wairarapa and come to us for information about engaging with their new community. Of the 6 goals within Te Hukanuku, the Positive Aging Strategy, I would like to remind everyone that goal 1 is for community and health services to support older people's well-being. And your long-term plan does also, thankfully, continue the language of social well-being at the community outcome level, because that resonates deeply with me. That is the work of Age Concern. We currently reach between 200 and 300 people a month with our health promotion programs, physical health, mental health. We promote road safety with road code refresher courses. We provide accredited visitors to over 50 people who are isolated and unable to leave their homes. And we provide essential services to older people who might be experiencing any of the many forms of elder abuse and neglect. And although we are physically based at Solway Showgrounds, each member of our team participates in an outreach roster where we have a monthly presence in a community centre or library in Carterton, Greytown, Featherston, and Martinborough. We hope that by bringing our services closer to people who might not be able to travel to us, we can encourage questions and provide support for them. As you well know, last year's data told us there were 10,735 people over the age of 65 in the Wairarapa. It's about 22% of the population, and this is growing every day. So at Age Concern, we're looking to the future and how each of our councils can contribute to achieving this strategy. Because at the moment, my concern is that Te Hukanuku, the Positive Aging Strategy, is not mentioned in your long-term plan. Older people are recognised as a significant presence in our district, but their specific needs and interests and well-being are not prominent in this plan. And the resources and implementation plan currently in place to deliver this strategy are modest and very inward-looking. There's a part-time, short-term person given the role of implementing this, although I note that the Carterton District Council declared their portion of that position will be part-time, will be permanent. They decided that last week. And there's also awareness training, for example, for council staff on how to deliver age-friendly services. I'm not sure, but given the demographics of this population in our region, we suggest that long-term funding take into account the outcomes articulated in this strategy. And we seek assurance that the decisions on this will be taken by engaging the region's older people. It is our aspiration and our request that you look up and look around. There's a vibrant community of organizations and services supporting older people, and we strongly request that the next iteration of this strategy includes meaningful partnerships with us. Together, we can achieve much more for the physical and mental well-being of older people who will very soon account for 1 in 4 of us. We want to hear older people's voices in your long-term plans. We want to see the next positive aging strategy guided by older people and properly resourced. And I want to remind you that older people are here and we're so much a part of your community. Age Concern and the many organizations that work with older people are focused on ensuring their voice is heard, their involvement is assured, and their positive aging is a part of your daily thinking.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've reached the end, and also we have no time for questions. You have raised a number of things which are not part of your submission, but if we could have them taken for us to consider during our deliberations, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have submission number 598 of the long-term plan, which is Jackson Saunders, Isaac Hartman, and Jethro Dutt. So Jackson, Isaac, and Jethro, thank you for coming. You've got 5 minutes for your submission. We do have your submission in front of you, so if you can speak to it, but allow us time to ask you questions if needed. We will give you a 1 minute warning using the gavel when we get you close. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Kia ora, Mayor and fellow council members. Today, we're talking to you about why there should be a skate park in Greydown. In Greydown, there's basically nothing to do for kids, nothing for nothing for kids my age to do. All there is in summer is the pool that is only open for a bit and a park that is only for really young kids. If we had a skate park, there would be a lot more to do and it would help people my age to kill some time. A big reason why people don't want a skate park in Greydown is because they think it will be vandalised or trashed. I, for one, know that this will not be the case because the people that are doing some of these bad things around town do it because they have nothing else to do. Every other town in the Wairarapa has a skate park, so why don't we have one? If the council trusts all of the other kids in the Wairarapa to look after their skate parks, why can't you trust us?
Greytown has a very fast growing population, which means more businesses and more tourists. One day it could even become Grey City, and even the city needs a skate park. But seriously, a flash new skate park in Greytown would increase the number of tourists with kids. When me and my friends want to go to the skate park, we have to take a bus or really rely on one of our parents to take us. By having a local skate park, we wouldn't have to rely on transport, which would save gas, which is better for the environment. Skate park would get a lot of kids and doing something active, which means fitter and mentally active kids. In conclusion, it would be a great benefit for the kids in Greytown. If they have a skate park, these are the only two good reasons, but I ask that you consider them all when making a decision to go ahead with this park.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions?
Just got one question. Earlier on, some other students from Kurunui were presenting and they were talking about looking after the skate park. So you became very involved in it. Would you think about that and maybe getting involved in any planting or voluntary activities around? Is that something you consider doing to keep it?
Yeah.
I have a question as well. With regards to access, and I asked this question of some youth the other day, what is the access like to that park if you have to cross State Highway 2 to get there? Is there significant or enough access to get across there, or is it dangerous?
I think it's a bit dangerous because by on the left side of Greydown where Kurunui is, there's basically no crossings across the main road. So it may be beneficial to put one in there.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your submission. It's been excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's all about fixing the population. Cool. Right, we now have submission number 296, Sam Gordon on the LTP. Is Sam here yet? We are a couple of minutes ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Guys, say anyway.
Just at the front there.
So we're doing Okay, so I'm Sam Gordon and we actually live right, all I want to talk about is the refuse station pretty much. So we live right next door to the refuse station, which so 5 years ago when we bought our property, it wasn't so bad. But now, so I've got a few notes from my husband as well. So we're not opposed to having a recycling centre at all in Greytown. It's just where the location is currently. I think because the growing nature of the place at the moment, and especially around our property, There's lots of developments in Governor's Green and Tauranga Junction. And we just feel that it's not the right place now for a refuge station. It's so built up that, and for us personally, the rats and the flies and the smell and the moving and collecting of rubbish before 5:30 in the morning on a Saturday is no longer suits our family or our lifestyle, and the lifestyle isn't what it was when we first moved in, because they were clearing the rubbish quite a bit as well, and it feels like it's just left there to fester now. So for us, it's mainly living next to it is quite, it's awful. So and we literally cannot have our doors open in the summer or any months that are warmer, or days that are warmer like today are warm up, and we won't be able to have doors open because flies will just, and I'm not talking a few, we are talking hundreds of flies in our house. So for me, I'd like it moved, and our family, and I know the residents in our little area are feeling the same way as well. Just make sure that I said it well. So that's mostly.
Thank you, Sam. I'll open up to councillors, but if I could ask one, I don't want you to identify where you are, but what sort of distance from that?
A fence.
You're next.
Yeah, we are next.
Right, so it's always possible.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it's a beautiful property, and we so for us and you can see it. So when we first moved in, you probably couldn't see it over the fence, and we do have a 1.8 metre fence, and now you can quite clearly see the mountains.
And this would be this would be disallowed in a court case being hearsay, but what do your neighbours think and their neighbours think? Have you had a discussion?
Yeah, I've had an elderly lady come, she lives a couple doors down from us that way, and she actually came and asked me if we've got rats, and I said, I haven't, but she has, and they're coming from there, and also, I'm going to go see our other neighbour after this, and we both came to the meeting in town. And we've got an elderly couple in front of us in the granary. So everyone, it's quite iconic in Greytown, and I've talked to them as well, and they're really keen to see it gone from this area, just because it's just not the right place anymore.
Yeah, just generally, have you considered other locations? Or multiple locations
for it to be moved to.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, we've only been here 5 years, so I don't really know of any other locations, but definitely would be keen to have it somewhere else in Greytown. And with the skate park too, like I just heard about before, like we're totally, I'm happy to have a skate park, but I don't. Think that the trucks and them.
Councillor Queensland.
Can I ask, do you think clearing that site more often would help?
I think, they were
not at 5 a.m. in the morning.
They did do that quite regularly. They would do it every. I feel like it was 3 to 6 monthly when we first moved in, and it's just very slowly just not happened. And so I don't think so, because the pooling water too, which it's stagnant water that sits in there as well, and I think that is mostly the smell, and I get quite worried because obviously the rail trail is parallel to it as well, so you can get through. There are gaps, and when you have your children down there, I do worry that all dogs or whatever, that they'll run into that stagnant water. Because who knows what's growing in there, and
Thank you very much for your submission. Short, sharp. Thank you very much. We have Sophronia Smith. It's not tuned up. Right. And I did see Debbie arrive there. Debbie. Great to come through early. This is submission number 204 on the spatial plan. Julie Donaldson, new Lions Partnership.
I think most of you probably know me. I'm Julie Donaldson from Section Planning for now, Capital Environmental. So I'm here to present a submission on behalf of Canoe Wine Partnership. I'll take obviously their submission that you've all read that, but just really here to highlight probably some key things for Canoe Wines that the submitter really supports the intention of the spatial plan to guide and provide, give guidance for future growth. However, there's some concerns about the process that's being followed in developing that spatial plan. The failure of the residential growth options for Martinborough to deliver on identified need and demand, and in particular for them the failure to consider the land at 3 Roberts Street as a potential growth option. So I suppose that's really what I want to highlight today. It's the last point, which is the land at 3 Roberts Street. It's a piece of land that's obviously currently in vineyard use. However, it is almost entirely surrounded by residential properties. It's also physically disconnected from other vineyard and primary production uses. It's got infrastructure that would be readily available in walking distance to school and the centre. It's in single ownership, which makes it very flexible for cohesive development with a range of potential densities and typologies. One of the main concerns is that the spatial plan, not only does it not highlight this area as a potential area for future growth, but it hasn't provided any justification as to why it has not been considered. So there's not a clear, there's no information to suggest that it's ever been considered and excluded. It would scream out as a potential clear area that should be considered within the, and it's on the existing kind of urban rural boundary. So what the main concern is that it kind of undermines, without that being even looked at, it kind of undermines the weight and the process that has been used to develop the spatial plan, and obviously a particular concern to our the submitter is that it may severely limit the possibility of this land to be considered for future residential growth in the future. The great thing about the spatial plan is if the spatial plan is obviously done well and it provides a really clear direction as to where growth will occur in the future, and that gives a lot of kind of, well, it enables the public generally to be able to ascertain where development is likely. It gives some sense of kind of expectations for the future. And it obviously is a document that can be relied on to guide things like the district plan review. The problem is if that process is flawed, then you're using kind of a document that hasn't fully been considered to do that. One of the examples is that we think is where there has been a failure in the Martinborough preferred growth option to provide for housing which is an identified need and demand. It kind of identifies roughly 200 of the 280 lots as 2,000 to 4,000 square metre residential sections, which are unlikely to be affordable. There's no evidence to suggest there's a need or demand for that. It's unlikely to serve the needs of ageing key worker population, and is harder to convert to more intensive growth in the future. So I know I've only got a limited time, so that's a very, but I obviously encourage you to read that, our submission in detail, and if you have any questions, then please let me know.
We've got 30 seconds, councillors. Do you have any questions?
Not 30 seconds.
Not 30 seconds. Yeah.
Just really quickly, so what you're saying is that this piece of land, although it has vineyards on it now, they would be, that they want it to be opened up so that way it could be looked at as an option, otherwise they're not even getting the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, because the spatial plan, all the information that's provided to the public to view, the spatial plan hasn't shown that there has been consideration of that.
And how close is it to where MF is? Just because it's saying what it is, it's trying to put it into.
Yeah, so it's basically the block which is behind this, well, kind of to the west of the school. Oh, it's not. Oh, yeah.
So guys, we have reached,
Sorry.
we've reached the end of the final.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, didn't take enough time to discuss it.
If there are any further questions for councillors, I would be happy to.
We sort of go on. Thank you very much for your
No
time.
problem.
Deb, really great.
Okay, we now have submission number 194 for spatial plan. Jeff Wallace. Is Jeff here yet? We are a bit ahead of time, so guys, we will stand out for 4 minutes or until Jeff.
Yeah, okay. So, Oceans. Oceans land. So, because my grandma has that one. So this is yeah, that's cool. Yes.
When you look at the map, it's
yeah, I mean.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. My consultant? Yep.
Cool, thanks.
And so you have got 5 minutes, but we have got your submission in front of us.
Oh, cool.
If you could speak to it.
Yeah, no worries.
Just time for questions.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Sorry, my name's Stuart Dixon, so I'm working on behalf of Jeff. And specifically looking at his side on Business Lane. Now, in our submission, we have acknowledged and we understand, we certainly understand that the viticulture industry is very important to the region. And we understand why the special rural zone was established and why it's been avoided for the balance of the spatial plan discussions. Notwithstanding, we're also acutely aware from the spatial plan and from the notes in the meetings prior that there are some areas which the township and Martinborough is looking to address, specifically being sort of some manner of retirement or independent area. Certainly a need for some affordability in housing and also a need to possibly try and get away a little bit from the holiday, sort of transient market and into something that's actually useful for the township and with good reason. With particular regard to this site, we obviously note that it hasn't been used for viticulture to date, and also that there certainly hasn't appeared to be an intention to use it in that manner previously. We believe that's due to the site suitability for viticulture, and we've commissioned some. We've had some pre-existing sort of documents on that, but we've also looked to commission some further investigation into the site suitability for viticulture. And we also feel that given its proximity to the township, in particular its proximity to the school and to the square, that it's a logical place to look to do something further for the community. Want to be quite clear, certainly not looking to, the intention is to develop the site. But the intention certainly isn't to have something which is marketed as Wellington as holiday accommodation or anything like that. One of the options which we have looked at, is sort of a lifestyle village sort of thing, so like an independent retirees. So not a retirement village per se with a school system and things like that, but a village which basically has built-in amenity within the village in the form of an amphitheatre of pool, croquet green, and basically having a range of small that level, 2-bed, 2-bath, basically units which will allow people to downsize and stay in the area that they've been for the balance of their lives. And we've also looked at potential sort of secondary use at the end of the site, which is closer to the school, where we might have some sort of affordable housing for families and things like that. But we are in very early stages with what we've done. One thing that I certainly focus on in all of the work that we do, and why I was quite happy and keen to work with Jeff, is that we're very conscious of the fact that we're trying to get to the best and highest use of the land, of an area of land, but at the same time we're also trying to make sure that we're doing something which is suitable for a community. And I personally know that I don't like to have worked on something and know that it hasn't been for the benefit of the area around it. And I don't want to put words in Jeff's mouth, but I'm fairly certain that he's the same ilk, and that our goal really is to address community needs in a sensitive manner, and work with the council very carefully on design and work through the process in a consultative manner, rather than just sort of come in here and go, hey, this is what we're doing, and like it or lump it, this is what we're doing.
1 minute.
Oh yeah, thank you. So first step basically is obviously making this submission. As I said, we're acknowledging, of course, that it is the special rural zone, but also acknowledging that we feel that there's a use of the land which would be better for the community. If there's anything you'd like to add to that, Jeff?
Oh no, I just have a philosophy that anything I do, but I'll leave it in a better condition than what I find it. And I've done that in my own building premises in Wellington. I'm doing a subdivision on Paranui, which is outside the zoning, but the Paranui Council jumped at it because it was actually going to enhance the whole area. It was a construction site, a bit of a dump site. Now it's going to be beautifully landscaped and have the rural feel, farm fencing, and good sized blocks, in keeping with the Paranui village. So it'll be the Paranui neighbourhood village. First they sort of had a bit of a question about it, but then when they saw the plans and design, they jumped at it. So that got given a green light.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we haven't got time for questions because we ran it before 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Frustrating. I actually did have one. We were the second one in this area that
I have one too.
We're about to. So, but thank you for submission. Yeah, I suppose it's as much as we can do.
Sorry, I meant to speak for that one.
Feel free to email me as question.
We actually started deliberations this afternoon, unfortunately.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. It's in Martin on the special rural.
Yeah, so there's
the
first one we're talking about before. Is it there?
So we can look at
Right, guys. We now have submission 139 on the spatial plan, which is Marty Stevens for Terry Michelle Fellini, Catherine Kerr, Graham Helen Gray, and Marty Stevens. So you know the drill. 5 minutes.
Yep.
1 minute, but please do leave time for questions.
Inside that 5 minute. Inside the 5 minute, please.
Hi, I'm Marty Stevens. I'm speaking on behalf of the owners of 20, 26 and 30 Market Road, Greater. We put submissions in during the consent process for Orchards Retirement Village asking that both sides of Market Road be rezoned, not just retirement sites. The recommendation for the council's spatial plan with disappointing delayed process. We'd like to go at the same time. There is no current land available so close to town, primary school and college, which takes a lead of submission to our local real estate agents. Our land is not a productive size. This is a very small box around Greytown. We run just a few sheds to keep the grass down. We've all lived here since the original property owned by the Greys was subdivided in 1998. In fact, Market Road used to be jointly owned by the submitters as our private driveway, which are still given to the council. None of the landowners have any intention of moving and all wish to remain in their present homes. We've already been approached privately by several prospective purchasers of sections of the building. Our land will be available as soon as it's rezoned as to spatial plan. The road which we gifted the South Wellington District Council is no longer a private road. There are three main accesses to the retirement village off the road. We have years of disruption ahead as the development progresses. Therefore, it makes sense that further work to be carried out at the same time with the subdivision. Our submission requests that rezoning of Area GP as recommended in the spatial plan be introduced at the same time as Featherston and Market Road, not delayed.
You took it to heart. Yeah, great. Councillors, do you have any questions on this submission? Councillor.
Just a quick question. There was some discussion around lot sizes. I understand there are some thoughts about the size of the lot. Should you subdivide?
Yeah, we would like to have different sizes. Rather than having them the same size, there's a need for, single owners, but other rights want a smaller home. Some people want a larger house, so they have an area for their kids, but to create a mixture.
It depends on what was your vision on the size of it. Oh. No, I was quite interested to hear what the council had to say about, size of the sections. Is there anything,
with regards
to
GB, no. So I think that's we were looking at master planning, but I'm really pleased to see master planning being included in your submission.
Yeah, we want something for.
Yeah, but your submission is to speed this up outside. I've got the Brenda.
Yep.
Your submission is to speed this up outside the current district plan, recognising that this is a spatial broad brush plan.
Yes.
Okay. Brenda.
Do you have any ideas on how you would stop people from buying the property to create a holiday home / accommodation?
I don't know how you can do that.
So what I'm saying is, how do we give it to people who want to live in it full time as opposed to people that want to use it for
You can't put a couple of these saying, look, live here 300 days, get 365.
But the covenants will more than likely be in place, protect that.
We'd like to be a very green place.
Yeah.
Like established street, I personally, for our block, with Hewley planted, as we put thousands of native trees on that block already over the last 10 years.
And there is scope with both Play and Graham Allen's place, is that we can plant areas out for a green belt going through there quite easily.
We have a water race going through 3 properties, so we couldn't put big fully planted out.
Councillors, other questions?
No. That's great.
Guys, thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, we're actually running a bit ahead because we've had a cancellation at 12:12, but I don't know whether Graham and Helen Gray would like to come early for this is submission number 155, councillors, on the spatial plan.
Sorry.
Helen Gray, 155. See you again. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for the opportunity to say, as I said in the community board one, I like to present whatever a submission, not just send one another place up. This proposal of the east side being rezoned has come as quite a surprise to us. I never thought it would happen. Probably our lifetime to be as an urban, but in saying that, we've always said we're just so close to central that we're closer than the end of Jellyfish. We're closer to Footpath Road. That it is a logical move at some point, but I didn't envision that we didn't see it. But so in that saying, we support it. But my concern, as I said in the community board one, I don't want to keep myself is this how far back post going. My recommendation has been in that area all my life is from the Jellicoe Street across to Tate's Bush, Popeye Road, and then picking up that area beyond that you'd be losing, opening up Wakeman Street and the areas on the other side of town. And because I would hate to think that people would buy sections and realise that it's going to cost them another 20,000 to put the foundation down because we're so soft. And I know it's soft. I have had discussions with open grade contractors, and they support my concerns. They have done work in that area, and they know what the ground structure is like. So, well, I recommend that there would be some ground testing done before there was a certain way of going any further than the line of Jellicoe Street. So that is our main concern. And, you know, we have the retirement village over the road now. And as Marty said, it was a quiet road. It's not quiet. It's not now. And to have any work that's got to be done sooner rather than it's all been going on for the next 10 years, I think it's just all very logical.
Thank you, Helen. And before I open up, you've lived there for a long time in the area. We've heard a lot about water retention in that area. How much of that do you think is as the result of that being repaired of the line for stormwater and the water articulation through town, or how much of it is just an inherent wet land? There is the issue with the stormwater from the town because it feeds into the stream, but and that is the area that has to be looked at at some stage. That wouldn't affect any areas that would be subdivided. It is inherent because of the lie of the land you've got from the hills to the Rimahunga River Popple, and it lies like that. And so when you've got a water table this height, you've got a lower water table here. And that's just the nature of the land. And so from that whole area, it's just soil. You cannot find a stone. From the back of our boundary, which is 2 paddocks in from Popeye Road, it's just straight soil. Yeah. There is peat and there is a loam soil and there's really good topsoil. Once you go past the backs of our boundary and you go, that's 2 paddocks from Popeye Road, you start to get the stones. By the time you get to Popeye Road, you're getting stones this side. Further south you go, you're getting stones bigger and bigger and bigger. And my recommendation is you build on stones. Yeah. Councillors, other questions? He just asked one.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting. And so you would agree then, we heard earlier about that, basically we need to make sure that we conserve the better soils. So anything that's been looked at with regards to the spatial plan is keeping that in mind?
Yes, I very much so. That's why I recommend building on stones.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's great. Thank you.
Great.
I would say I struggle with the way the town is developing because we've been there for so long, but I would never let that hinder any development.
Yeah. Fantastic. Look, thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, and truly ahead of ourselves, I can't see Max.
Well, he just poked his nose up.
Yeah.
It's here. It's here.
We'll just put it down and see if I can see. That means we get to lunch earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah. That's a point if I get these, so someone has come in. There's no fresh.
Yeah, no, it's really good. Yeah,
It's
make
not
it
oxygen.
later.
Open the windows and doors. Once we don't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop breathing.
It's fabulous, yeah.
That door was open. Yeah, but yeah. It's closed. It's a public meeting, so.
But it actually makes sense to do. I mean, it's pretty well all that other stuff is going.
You're on TV, Max.
So all you asked, it's a recurring theme, is that leave us time for questions if there are any. We do have your submission in front of us.
Yes. Just, I'd like to thank council for allowing me to speak today and allowing me to make these suggestions. I would just like to stress that council has got the wheel in its hands at the moment because there's a lack of residential property in the town, a lack of stock. And this is putting the house prices up, and it continues to keep young families from coming into the town. And I think the town mostly needs young families. You know, old boys like me who can afford a house don't have trouble coming into town, but the younger families who we need to work in the restaurants and work in the shops, work in the vineyards, work on the farms, they're the people we need. And we've seen a lot of growth in the last 40 years. And this hasn't helped the character, this hasn't in any way disadvantaged the character of the town. In fact, the character of the town has been built on over those last 40 years. And we look at the school has had to build on additional classrooms. Businesses are struggling to find employees, and growth has been generally very good for the South Wairarapa. I'd like you to please consider the eastern side of Regent Street, from New York to Hawkins Drive. All the services are in this street, and probably half of it is already urbanised. I fully support the urbanisation of MA and MF. However, both are very different, MF being a green field. So there's a great opportunity there to have a very exciting outcome if good planning is put in place. And MA, Road Green and MA, this is the eastern side of Oxford Street, only complicates planning, although some landowners may wish to share roading or combine the roading between two properties. This should be encouraged. Cul-de-sacs create quiet neighbourhoods. Interconnecting them with walkways for kids to come and go and neighbours to move about is a good thing. I also support the suggestion of intensification of ME. Although the guidelines around the building height may have to be increased, terraced houses may have to be considered, and some very careful, innovative landscaping so that we still have that greening effect in the town. Small sections do tend to create high front fencing, and if you have a look around town, there never used to be the high fences that there are today. And I would suggest that you lose the streetscape because of the starkness of high fencing. The other thing council could consider is the footprint of the house on a small section. Could be looked at to provide more space around on the section for kids and for greening, gardens, and this would force larger homes to go two-storey. It's all part of intensification. I have social and pensioner housing are sort of very close to my heart, and I think council needs to look at social housing and pensioner housing. The town used to have, I think, around about 25 social houses, state houses, we used to call them in my kids' day. And I don't think we have any now. If we do, it's only a couple. The council has an advocacy role to empower the community by canvassing central governments and our local MP or MPs to ensure that the rural voice is heard, because Marlborough is not the only town that needs social housing. There's all across New Zealand, there's small towns that could do with social housing, because housing prices are going up and it's out of the reach of the average worker. I'd like to make a suggestion about not complicating issues too much around the rules of MA, MF and MD. I'm suggesting they should have the same set of rules. Why have one area with a different set of rules to another? I don't see the logic, and it only complicates issues. And through good, reliant, smart and innovative planning concepts, good design, efficient and sustainable housing to get the required outcomes. The other thing is allowing for greater urban growth will assist funding of the infrastructure. A lot of people say, oh, we don't have the infrastructure. Well, development does. People have to pay, developers have to pay the levies, and you're increasing the rate base. So, and the council has the ability of, as you know, to borrow money, and interest rates are very low at the moment.
Thanks, thank you very much. That 5 minutes was up. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions, but thanks, thank you very much for this submission. Yeah.
Great ideas, Max.
I now adjourn briefly for lunch. We'll be back at 1:15 for Deacon De Bono's submission. Thank you. So we now have Dean, who's already sitting, which is submission 135 on the spatial plan. Dean, we have 5 minutes. We'll give you a knock of the gavel at 1 minute to go, but please do leave time for questions.
Well, I don't particularly want to go over the submission per se again. What I'd like to do is just talk a little bit of general information. So recently I went to Arrowtown, Queenstown and Central Otago, and while I was there I had a look at housing. I had a look at type of housing, and I had a look at subdivisions as a part of my holiday because I'm a builder. And what I really noticed was, although it was clearly planned, there is definitely a spreading of land being used, and in particular Arrowtown. And for those who've been to Arrowtown, it's a magnificent character street and surrounding streets that have the heritage, and they've preserved that incredibly well. But they've still understood the need for extra housing, and they have progressed and moved out, something that we have not looked at as much as they have. So I think as a council, we should talk to these town planners down south and get their views to see before we make any final decisions, simply because I think they have valuable insight to give. I'd like to see less rigid rules for the town planners. I don't think we give the town planners enough ability to be flexible. We should acknowledge their expertise and allow them to do their job rather than hindering them. I think the current district plan does that to a certain degree. When we talk about greater density in the, I can't remember which area it is, ME, I certainly agree with that, but I think to be so rigid as to say only ME can have that and no other areas can have that is ill-conceived and will create barriers and cause problems. We should be allowed to allow the town planners to look at a particular area, look at a situation, say, okay, outside of ME, if we give them the capacity to say 40% of this area can go high density, 20% of this area, just give them some flexibility. There's certainly some areas outside of that precinct that could certainly do very well with high density. I'd like to see green spaces where we do this high density infill. I wouldn't like to think that we knock over 2 houses and put, say, I think I worked out about 8 townhouses and have no green space. I think that doesn't look good for our town, and any developer should be well aware that progressing that they need to incorporate green space, and that would come under the guidelines that and how we design the town. I'd really like to see in how we look at what we allow in, these transportable portacoms that people are calling houses that are coming in. They fit within the rules. They certainly don't fit in with the character, and I think they're cheapening the town to a certain degree. I'm not upset that they've done it because they've been allowed to do it. It's been financially viable for them, but it's been a poor use of space, and I think it adds nothing to the town in doing that. And what we're trying to achieve here is being ruined by allowing that to happen, which means really that if we're going to do an implementation of this spatial plan, rather than waiting for a set time to bring it in on the next 10-year plan, we should try and somehow bring in these things early if we can. What I'd like to see is this discussion on Ferry Road, and I understand, and if I'm wrong, please tell me now, that there's subject to 100-year flooding, and that is a concern for the development of the Ferry Road area. I believe that with that area, we should maximise green spaces where predominantly flooding is anticipated to occur. And then around that, we get away from rigid street design and allow the streets to move around that area to create new subdivisions. And where a house is possibly on the boundary of it, they must be on piles. This idea that we can't have pile houses, I think it's backwards thinking. There's another house being built here in town with a creek running right next to it, utilising piles. So I think they've done an exceptionally good job. So piles being mandatory in an area is not unreasonable.
Great, thank you very much. And you've got some nitty gritty there. Councillors, have you got any questions?
No, it's a really good one.
Do you know, I've got one, you identify Queenstown as an example of how we should be looking at it. I've seen so much in the newspaper, and I visited there recently with regards to how the problems they've had have not, whatever they've been doing has not. How do you think their learnings are actually relevant to us?
Well, I think their learnings are relevant because no one's ever going to agree. So if you look at this spatial plan, you're not going to get 100% agreement anywhere. And Queenstown's exactly the same. You're never going to get to agree. Now, there happens to be a member of the public here in town who's a member of the board of the airport in Queenstown. One of the problems with Queenstown is the development's gone close to the airport. So you've got a lot of people getting upset about that. But the fact is Queenstown has not taken a we don't expand approach. They've taken that we have to expand. And they've gone out to Frankton, for example, a lot of it in that area. They're putting a commercial division out there, and the housing is going further past Frankton down into the valley, which is close to the airport, which is, of course, some contention. Down at Shotover, they've done an expansion out through there. Now, all this expansion has allowed the Queenstown waterfront and the houses and that not to be trashed to make way for development. They've been allowed to stay because the pressure of expansion has gone elsewhere. We need to do the same. We can't just say up Oxford Street, down to 4,000 square metres. That is a gross misuse of land. As much as we would like to say it, it's not good when we have to expand. Because what you will do is, if you don't allow expansion, the people will then go into the ME area and rip it apart and put lots and lots of small houses to get that expansion. So you will focus that expansion in one area. If you open up all the areas and allow expansion slowly to go through all of them, because you've identified them all as being future-proof, so for the future, you will allow the town to expand without putting pressure on prices. At the moment, the price pressure here, $1 million does no longer guarantee to buy you a new home on 16 square metres.
Cool. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. This is Graham Johnson, submission number 167. 30 on, Graham.
Thanks for letting me be here today. First, I'd like to state my position, really, urban sprawl. I believe the time has come for central and local governments to address this issue and restrict urban sprawl in a more determined way. Heard it all before. As long-term resident of Martinborough, my comments relate kind of more directly to Martinborough, but really they also apply to the greater South Wairarapa. The character of Martinborough, while still a service town, is increasingly servicing the wine industry. And if the aim of the council is to wish to accommodate and the wish of the community is to preserve this evolving character, we need to protect the wine industry, and to do that, we must protect as much of the rural land around town as possible. And I'm sure you've heard that all before. Okay. However, demand for housing is with us, and we as a community want to accommodate it, which I do, then we need to think going up rather than out. In order to ease the pressure of sprawl, there is nothing new in this approach. There are numerous examples of vibrant rural towns and villages in other countries. But to do this, we need development rules, guidelines, restrictions, if you wish to call them, to encourage it or to force it, whichever way you might look at it. I would like to address 3 issues here today then. Firstly, how to intensify. Secondly, where to intensify. And thirdly, what do we want it to look like? How to intensify, going up rather than out. Okay, encourage smaller sections. Now, I don't think you'll get any argument from any of the landowners here. If you allow them to go smaller sections, they'll be into it. Then alter how close a house can be built to a boundary. Allow them closer. These are starting to get a little bit controversial, I know. Alter the sun envelope. At the moment, I think you go up 2 metres at the boundary at 45. You know, you might change it to up 4.5 metres in at 45 degrees. You immediately allow a 2-storey dwelling to be built without going cap in hand and cost to the council and your neighbours. And a little bit out, and I'll come to this later, limit the size of the building site even on a small section. And I'll refer to that later on. Keep them small. These measures, whilst common in larger towns and cities, even in New Zealand, cut across most people's expectations of life in a rural town. True, but if we don't change their expectations now, Martinborough and other towns in the South Wairarapa will end up a bit like the Kapiti Coast, which has become a suburb of Potirua, which of course is a suburb of Wellington. Now, I'm being a bit over dramatic there, but you get the idea, okay? Where to intensify? Now, this is where I think I divert from most people. Previous suggestions I have heard from consultants employed by the council have been to intensify kind of close to the square, and then as you move further out, allow for bigger and bigger sections. Okay, but of course, towns always grow. And the current spatial plan kind of reflects this to some. I would like you to consider, and I think this is an absolutely brilliant idea, instead of intensifying close into town, intensify what I will now call the perimeter of town. E.g., those parts of Regent Street, maybe a little way down New York, Oxford and Dublin. Now, those of you who know me, I live on a 2.5 acre block halfway down Oxford Street. This is no ulterior motive. I got no intention of doing anything. Down Jellicoe Street, for example, there are more areas around the periphery of town which are just vacant paddocks, which I think can welcome intensification rules that like that. Okay, why am I suggesting this approach? Okay, much of the centre of town can remain, much of it is in the character. People and developers who buy into these intensification housing zones, we'll call them now, know that they're building with a new sun umbrella. Their site location and boundaries have certain restrictions or have been relaxed. That is to say, their expectations have now been adjusted. Very important, most of these perimeter areas have few, if any, neighbours who are less likely to complain about their privilege being taken away from them. Very important. By rethinking and rezoning these peripheral areas, you make a huge number of new dwelling possibilities. These areas are close to town, within walking distance, even on the Zimmer frame, which we'll come to eventually. A byproduct of this approach is that you can then put a good argument forward to severely restricting the subdivision outside this peripheral zone, because you've allowed so many houses to go on a periphery. To some extent, you've drawn a line in the sand. My final point is, what do we want? What do we want these to look like? I'll refer back to that, my point about restricting the side of the thing. If we limit the size of a building site, even on a small section, you increase the yard area, which encourages a more family-friendly dwelling. And you encourage two-story developments. Example, on a small section, small block of land, you could build a small cottage with a single carport, or you could build a double garage with utility ground floor and a spacious upper floor. The alternatives, and we've seen some of it already now, where people are compelled because of the cost and restrictions associated with going single story in a small block of land, and there's hardly a block of blade of grass between them. And in places, one and down where Hawkins transport used to be, it's all concrete.
Right. Right, we've reached the end, we've probably got 6 minutes. Are you able to, have you got everything you were talking to on that piece of paper?
I haven't done a spell check on it.
It's okay. Would you be able to leave that with us that we can include that in those?
You did the spell check on it for me.
But great, thank you very much for your submission. Unfortunately, we haven't even got time for questions.
Thanks, Graham.
Thank you.
We now have submission 140, Vicky Cork on behalf of Martin Cork. That's 140 on the spatial plan. Hi, how are you? Get 5 minutes. We'll give you a gavel blow at 4 minutes, but please try to leave time for questions if possible.
Thank you. The key points we'd like to make on our submission, we've got 4 key points. The first one is, in principle, we agree with the growth options proposed. We've let others focus today on some of their areas and specifics, but I guess our town in Greytown is dynamic and flourishing, and people need housing. And so we're seeking clarification of where our property actually is in this plan. We've tried to find that out, as we think it's an outlier. And there are lines through it in the proposed GB and GF, and the line goes straight through our property. We believe our property, as I said, is a current outlier to it's currently zoned rural and wish that to be addressed. We spoke to council a year or so back about this. In recent months, we spoke to them again, and the planner said that we needed to wait for this consultation to put our case forward, and thus we're here today. And thank you very much for that opportunity. We'd like consideration to be given for our property to be immediately rezoned, not await the long-term spatial plan, to be able to subdivide and provide much needed residential housing without impacting the surrounding areas. I do have pictures that I've drawn. I don't know if that's helpful to you, but it is Greytown. Can I pass that to you? Because I've only got 6 copies with me, I'm afraid. Could you share, would you like? You'll see that the line goes straight through our 4,000 units an acre. We're, just by way of further background, we're surrounded by, if you look at number 1, you'll see we've blown it up. We're surrounded by farmland here, but we do not farm, nor would it be classed as a farm. The amount of land we have can be considered wasted, as it's not contributing in any way to our local economy. It cannot operate as a viable farming operation. It's better for it to be used for new housing in a tasteful and managed way. There's an opportunity to make this land available right now at a time when housing is needed, and we're wanting to do this. This is low-hanging fruit, and we believe it fits with the objectives of the council's spatial plans. So what we're looking for is clarification of where our property sits on this plan for the future. But either way, we'd love for it to be zoned immediately residential. As mentioned, we sought advice over a year ago. We've waited for this consultation as instructed, but we believe we should be actioning this now, thus providing land for retirees, professional people, and families wishing to live in and contribute to Greytown in a positive way. In summary, we seek our property of 1 acre on Jellicoe Street to be rezoned. We are in a residential street, and if you look at the number 3, page 3, we're in a residential street with all the services of residential properties. We're heartened and supportive of the proposed density plans in the GB zone, but we just want it to be included in it. That's it.
Oh, no, you can carry on.
There will be negligible impact. It is no different to what is around us. The majority of the houses, including directly next to and across the road, are subdivided pieces of land and are zoned residential. I think we're really just a kink in the current zoning due to it being originally being part of a farm. So it's unclear, as I say, where it sits, but we are supportive in principle of Greater.
Thank you very much. Councillor, do you have any questions?
Just for a bit of clarification, isn't that bare block of land at the bottom?
Now
You've got a blue line running down.
Yeah, that's the piece of land.
yeah, it's a square piece of land on page 2. You can see the blue on page 2. It's sort of sitting right there. It's not farmland. The farmland behind us is the side of us. But all our neighbours are all subdivided, and it's just one of those things I think. And there's a line through it on the plan, and we don't know where we sit.
Any other questions?
No. Very good.
Thank you. We've had a number of submissions concerning transitional pieces of land, and we'll certainly include that in that document.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. We've caught up with time. We now have submission number 142, Vern and Jocelyn Bresson. That's the spatial plan 142. Vern, welcome. Thank you. I think you've heard the preamble about the 5 minutes, and then also the floor is yours.
I guess our submission is very similar to the last one. I'm working on the principle that you have seen our submitted one, which does have the map and shows the issue. What I was going to add to that was I'd taken some photos and had my own one photo. I didn't realise I had such an audience. That it's not actually top horticultural land. The piece of the paddock we're talking is free draining. It's not actually very floodable. It's higher than most of the land draining around it. I'm happy to leave that with you to show. And there's 2 pictures of the land just facing towards the town to show that it's a similar height to the land that's already subdivided. And the services are there. There's a road, there's water and sewage right there. So again, it's a shovel-ready project. Happy to share that with you. Also, I've talked to the land agents in Greytown. As you're aware, there's a great shortage of sections and issue of housing issues. So they assured me that every time they do have a section, there is an endless interest. So there is a demand certainly, so that it can be made available quite readily. And we're at the Times Age, it's been highlighting the issue of housing in the area and in New Zealand. As previous speakers, we do need to, I believe, try and yield to the housing issue, and I don't believe that that is good horticultural land. Your spatial plan has got some good land in it, and I believe this should be included. It possibly wasn't included before as part of a bigger section because the other end of it is perhaps closer to the floodway. So I believe it's more of an issue of just not considering it rather than being not suitable. But I guess we would like you to adjust the line now, or if not, make it easier to actually get it adjusted if you put up a more face. It just makes sense. Move the line as we've suggested. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Vern. Before I go to councillors, my question is, so at the moment, our spatial plan, we are not looking at any additional land in Greytown within a 3-year period, but you are suggesting that this needs to be reconsidered and brought forward?
I do. I think this land is not productive at the moment, and it's not going to be. It's not, as I said, the services are all there. It's, I think, help meet the needs of the community in the country. So there's no reason to delay it.
Councillors? Yep.
Hi, Vern, 2 questions. If my memory serves me correctly, that was an orchard.
It was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, and the second question is, if we could rezone, or that could be rezoned, where would you consider a driveway would come off? Would it come off your existing driveway, or would you be thinking it would be coming off North Street? Yeah, so a new driveway.
Well, it could be more than one.
It could well be. Yeah, okay.
No, not off the East Street.
Not the shed one.
Yeah,
Cool.
because there's room, there's 3 houses directly opposite.
Yes, yeah, okay, cool, thank you.
Councillors, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, that Reading Street, that's just a paper road at the moment, isn't it? Doesn't actually.
Oh, yeah, on the.
It doesn't exist. Yeah.
But there is a paper road.
Oh, there is a paper road.
We're surrounded by.
Yeah. Councillors, any further questions from Vern? Great, Vern, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
We'll have those additional photographs scanned according to Stella later on today. We now have Shane and Diane Howe, Nicholas Meachard and Suzanne Bird. Submission number 211 of the submission. So I'm not sure whether you know the format.
Yes.
But we have 5 minutes.
Yes.
We'll give you a knock of the gavel at 4 minutes, but if you could leave time for questions, a lot of people are going over and we have no time to actually enter the conversation. So.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and councillors. No, we've got Shane, Diane, myself, I'm Suzanne and Nicholas. We all live on Campbell Drive. We have properties opposite each other, number 9 and number 11, which on the spatial plan on the map of our submission we have attached. We're right on the boundary of Cottage Grove. Both our properties based on to Cottage Grove. While we support council's development of the draft spatial plan, we feel that Campbell Drive has been an overlooked area, which is crying out for development in the short term. It has been identified as option MC of residential growth. However, my understanding is that is if it's needed, and it's uncertain as to what that means and what that means for that area and what the future plans are. The spatial plan has very little contingency for land sizes between 1 to 4,000 metres square blocks. And there are those who don't want to live in town in their 500 square metre blocks. We want to live a little bit further out of town but still not have too much space. Our properties currently sit on, number 9 is on 0.83 hectares and number 11, which is Nicholas and I, we're on 1.38 hectares. Now that land, although it backs right onto Cottage Grove, is actually zoned rural. And the key purpose of rural is primary production. However, our properties aren't really large enough to have livestock on, and I'm sure because we are so close to Cottage Grove, it certainly wouldn't go down too well if we decided to put lots of livestock on the properties. So we're left a little bit unsure of where we stand in the spatial plan. The Cottage Grove is really geared up for residential development, and within our and our submission is specifically for our properties, number 11. We can't speak for all residences in Campbell Drive, to be considered and included in this spatial plan. our two properties are on corner sections. So we've got access to our property from two sides. There's already roading infrastructure, there's already sewer and water services in place. Where our area is not an area of liquefaction, it's not a flood risk, and nor has the area been identified for earthquake hazards. Our intentions are to split our land sympathetically. The large sections, and I think as we age, we're all concerned about obviously plans for retirement. We don't want to move. We don't want to move into town. We don't want to move into 400, 500 square metre blocks, which it seems to be happening a lot in Martin Borough at the moment. We just want to downsize a little bit while still retaining space, but having a size of land that is more manageable. Both our properties have single main dwellings that take up less than half of the land area, and independent to each other, we both want to subdivide our properties into two lots to allow us to be able to build another dwelling that is bigger than the 600 square metre restrictions that we've got at the moment. That has to be within 30 metres of the house. Which for us doesn't lend itself well the way our property is designed. So this would allow us to build just a little bit further out. And the idea is that we can downsize and free up some capital in the main dwelling. Our urgency for this to be included in the spatial plan is obviously time is ticking, and as we're aging, we're needing to think about things like that. And if it's not included in this spatial plan, then if it's coming up in the next plan, that could be too late for us. Right. So sorry.
That's cool. It's 5 minutes. Unfortunately, we haven't got time for questions. Thank you for your submission. I think everything you talked about is in your submission.
It is
that correct?
yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for information. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
No, because I'm looking at the.
We now have submission number 390 on the LTD. Colin Wright. Colin. I'm sure you're very familiar. So you have 5 minutes. We'll give you an alert.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors and hard-working staff. After lunch on the second day of your hearings is not likely to be a very productive time in making a submission. But anyway, here are some of my thoughts on the proposed LTP. Like the clear majority of your submitters, I am against closing the Greytown Recycling Centre. I see that as a big step backwards, or as someone more bluntly said to me last week, it would be a stupid decision. To me, the stated reasons given for closure are quite weak, especially when councils have a role in encouraging recycling and actions against climate change. Closing the site would do the reverse. I use the recycling centre from time to time and much more often pass beside it on the rail trail. I can't understand why it is apparently such an undesirable amenity in the neighbourhood. If you must close it, find somewhere else around Greytown where the activity, including green waste, can continue. Water and wastewater renewals. Again, my position of preferring the more affordable option is supported by a clear majority of your submitters. What does concern me, however, is the varying advice given to councillors by Wellington Water, During the term of the previous council, Wellington Water were engaged to report on future replacement funding for the infrastructure strategy. The advice was that council could set aside less than it was then allowing for the renewal of assets. Also, before being engaged to manage South Wairara's 3 waters, Wellington Water's chief executive said in reply to a question from me that they would do whatever was necessary within the then budgets. What then happens? Wellington Water takes up in managing the 3 waters. Along comes a new council and completely different advice is given, as can be seen by the large increases in expenditure and rates from the South Wairara Council. As someone who trained as an engineer and spent all my working life around water matters, I think you need to critically examine the advice that you get from Wellington Water. Rate increases. The graph in your LTP documentation of projected rate increases for the next 10 years follows the standard pattern that I have observed for nearly all councils since council LTPs began about 25 years ago. The standard pattern is that there is a large increase in rates in the first few years of the LTP. In South Wairara's case, a huge increase totaling near 40% in the first 4 years, followed then by very small rate increases projected for the following years. This which makes the overall situation look more acceptable. The reality is usually very different. You'll give ratepayers a big increase this year, something around 18% by the look of it. In the next 2 or 3 years, the increase will be a little less than in this LTP, with the apparent reason being that council will be doing a wonderful job controlling expenditure. However, further down the track, the rate increases will be considerably bigger than you are currently projecting. Why? Because new people come along or get elected and new projects or perceived shortcomings are dreamt up, and these need to be actioned promptly because council wants to keep everyone happy. My challenge to you is to take a truly serious look at really prioritising expenditure increases rather than trying to fix every perceived shortcoming at once.
Thank you, Colin. Councillors, do you have, we have 46 seconds. Do you have any questions? Fine. I have one, Colin. You mentioned in Wellington Water's case that it was what they could do within the budget as opposed to what needed to be done. Could you comment on whether or not that was the case in the previous council?
I didn't quite catch all that.
So previously, expenditure on water infrastructure was what could be done within the budget given to them by the council. Was that correct in your day?
Well, they said they would do whatever was necessary for the water supply and do it within the existing budgets, implying that they wouldn't be seeking any more money than the council had then allocated. But obviously they've given advice subsequently that was quite different.
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Colin.
We now have a dual presentation on long-term plan and spatial plan. It's long-term plan submission 446 and spatial plan 64 by Norris. Norris, you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
These are combined. We'll give you, you can either do them together, in this case we'll give you 2 knocks at 2 minutes to go and 1 knock at one.
Okay, the long-term plan shouldn't take too long. I did make a few illustrations. I just wondered, can I just pass them around or? Yeah, sorry. So the long-term plan was pretty much about making better use of great income. It's about reducing spending, particularly on the 3 of the 6 points. I agree with funding footpath extension, but I believe it's also about getting value for money. In the 3 years that I've lived in Greytown, each year there's been a considerable spend on mending cracks in footpaths. All concrete cracks. I live in a 5-year-old concrete house and it's got cracks in it. So apparently in 2019, council consulted part of the annual plan. Feedback was lifting the footpath standards. Councillors wish to lift the perception of existing footpaths. But if you check out Main Street, for example, east side, compared to many of the similar sized communities in New Zealand, it's almost a disgrace, the footpath, the condition of footpath in the commercial sector of Main Street, in the retail sector. So I really think that the spending to date has been misdirected. And it's about checking the quality of that workmanship too, because a lot of those repairs, there are many examples of poor workmanship. It doesn't appear to be any accountability. Okay, moving on, spatial plan. So 20 years living in the Wairarapa, lifetime farming, and I bought a house in Jellicoe Street 3 years ago, and I have farmland on my boundary. So the spatial plan currently identifies residential growth options. The plan describes where to accommodate population growth. Residential growth options. The evidence provided, to my mind, appears skewed for this purpose only. The 3 key roles identified for our district, New Zealand, as a place for agriculture, horticulture, etc. 2, a destination highlighting culture, heritage, and environmental sustainability. And 3, a town and country lifestyle choice. Community outcomes are listed as 4 of them, but one of them in particular identifies environmental outcomes, which includes safe and secure water and soils. Strategic drivers are identified, and there's 4 of them, and one of them is to support sustainable growth, plan for growth that protects rural land. I reviewed the high-level growth options document, and I'll just go through it from the start to the finish quickly. The executive summary overview includes respecting the role of the rural areas as prime agricultural area, contributing to food production. However, 20 paragraphs are focused on housing and only 1 on agriculture. So the recommended approach for Greytown is the GB Jellicoe Greenfield area. And it's been identified the presence of class 1 and class 2 soils. However, it goes on to say that staff have checked these soils, and there are relatively small areas where there are any class 1. Where is the evidence? There's nothing in the documents, nothing represented to suggest that that is wrong, and certainly not to my knowledge of that area, and I know it reasonably well. And equally, you can check online on SMAP, where soils across New Zealand are fairly accurately classified. Some of the areas have been compromised already. This is what this report says, with the Orchards Village development. Well, the removal of that orchard was a mistake, in my mind. So GA, Governors Green, school as well. Recent large lot development makes it difficult to implement growth scenarios, according to the report. Part of the reason GA, Governors Green, scored the same as Jellicoe is because it is on poorer soils. GD, Woodside Station growth option, scored the second highest, but my reading of the report, in fact, recorded the highest score of 38 as opposed to 35 in Jellicoe. Consistent with regional policies developing around train stations and on balance taking all factors into account, including Jellicoe, proximity to the main street, preferred option is GA, Jellicoe over Governors. So when you go through the assessment matrix where 1 is low and 5 is high or very good. So in terms of connectivity, Governors scored 2, Jellicoe 4. And that's proximity to the township gave Jellicoe a higher score. But the difference in proximity to the township is invisible to my mind, particularly when most people use motor cars to travel into town. Next was soil contamination. Apparently, Governors may have some contamination from an old dump. It may affect bore water. Well, I wouldn't imagine any development is going to rely on bore water to be reticulated, surely. Water reticulation. Again, both Jellicoe and Governors scored the same. Governors is closer to the water treatment plant. Take it, there's 2 of them, to my knowledge, and this is the one that services the Woodside Road area, where currently there are a number of connections. And the problem with Jellicoe, even though it scored the same as, well, it mentions the Papawai stream headwaters, I'm not sure the connection there, but in terms of wastewater, again, both sites scored the same. Governors provide long-term opportunity for land wastewater disposal, taking the nature of the land if there was to be redevelopment of wastewater treatment and to service the community in the future. Stormwater, Governors scored a little higher because of its good drainage. But Jellicoe only 1 point below, and it's got very poor drainage, high water table. So my point really as I'm going through this is, the scoring mechanism or matrix seems flawed to me because the differentials between 1 and 5, low and high. Public transport, both scored the same, although Governors is nearer the station. But it's scored exactly the same. Infrastructure, which is access to schools, etc. Well, Governors, new medical centre. So iwi views, again, both scored the same. Although Governors, there were no iwi views reported. But certainly over Jellicoe, the Papawai stream, of course, and including the impact of the wastewater treatment out there on iwi. Community views, well, I don't know, they both scored similar, but Governors didn't have any listed. And I just wondered, did we take a vote somewhere along that I missed? Hazards, which I identified electrification, well, there's certainly none existing at Governors. So identified moderate for Jellicoe. I suspect it could be even worse than moderate. And I've already covered the soils where Governors scored 5 and Jellicoe's 3.5. Again, very little difference in the scoring, only 1.5, but huge difference in soil types. And as I said, Woodside certainly scored the highest. So employment opportunities have been identified as Wellington, Marsden, Carlton. The spatial plan should denote the importance of public transport. And certainly try crossing State Highway 2, from the east side to get to Woodside mostly would understand the difficulties. So agriculture accounts for 23% of employment in the district. The spatial plan acknowledges the importance of food production, and agriculture is predicted to remain among the 3 largest industry employers right through to 2050. The primary production sector is the backbone of the New Zealand economy, and only 50% of New Zealand is suitable for food production. And within the last 20 years, productive land lost to housing, this is in the last 20 years, has increased by 54%. So the Secretary of the Environment has released a document called Our Land 2021, and there's certainly plenty of publications coming from central government, in terms of protecting food producing land.
Thank you for your submission. Unfortunately, we haven't got time for questions.
No.
But thank you for that. Now we've got submission number 550 on the long-term plan, Nuku Ora, the old Sport Wellington. We've got Phil Gibbons, or is it Phil?
You have Dale.
And
Dale and Michelle Hayward.
Excellent. So you have 5 minutes. We'll give you a knock on the gavel with 1 minute to go. Please do leave time for questions.
Very good. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission. Yes, apologies from Phil Gibbons, our CE. He was unable to attend today, but I would like to introduce Michelle Hayward, who is our General Manager for Partnerships. So she'll be supporting my discussion today. We met with the Combined Council earlier this week, so a little bit of recap for those who attended that meeting. So as you mentioned, Alex, we have moved to a new name, so formerly Sport Wellington, but now moved into Nuku Ora. And you would have already seen the reason or rationale behind why we've had a name change. But we continue to have a lens of physical activity. And so our submission was to provide some feedback as to how physical activity applies to some of the specific proposals mentioned in the long-term plan, particularly those of spaces. So the green spaces, tracks and trails, swimming pool hours, Greytown play space, they're all spaces that enable physical activity opportunities to be made available to communities. And in those, as we talk about in our submission, physical activity is a contributor to community wellness or well-being. We've had some engagement with a number of those proposals. The Greytown play spaces is a part that we're particularly interested in, and had indicated in our submission that we would like to continue by providing further support to that discussion. Our submission itself was to share the opportunity for some funding investment from Council toward the Spaces and Places Regional Plan, or the Spaces and Places Facilitator. That is a regional plan for the councils across the Wellington region, including the Wairarapa. And that facilitator role will be to assist with the implementation
Right, Dale, are you still there?
Muted, so you can't talk to her.
No,
she's videoed, that you can't see her.
Everyone's frozen. There we go.
And Dale, if you just hold fire for a second, and we'll see what's going on with our internet connection.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
So carry on.
Carry on. Sorry, I'm not quite sure. Did we get to the part where I talked about the request for funding for the regional spaces and places?
Yes, we got that bit. Yeah.
Fabulous. So I was just really passing to Michelle, who might have some more detail in that.
Sure, Dale. So I caught up with Nikki Sheriff yesterday following the meeting, that the Combined Council's meeting on Monday, and we've had the indication to work through the grants process on the regional facilitator role for the facilities plan. So we will do that. But if anyone has any questions around the value that we believe it'll bring to the South Wairarapa community, happy to take those at the end of the submission.
Thank you, Michelle. So just an opportunity now, Alex and councillors, if you had any questions for us with regards to our submission.
Councillors, do you have any questions of Nick or Laura? I just wonder, have you quantified or do we have any level of requested funding for those regional coordinator operations?
Sorry, yes, Alex, I might just turn to Michelle for that. Have you?
So in terms of the request of South Wairarapa, we're requesting $2,000 on an annual basis for the next 3 years. Across the region, we have done it on a proportional basis based on population. So that's one of the smaller requests, obviously, with the largest at Wellington City. The role would allow a national connection, a regional connection, but also a greater responsiveness on local projects. So some of the projects coming out of the regional spaces and places plan, but also responding to local need of clubs and other providers.
Fantastic. Councillors, any other questions? I have another one as well, and perhaps I'm just being a bit cheeky, but you do mention supporting the creation of a play space in Greytown and offering in working with us. What would that involve? I'm assuming it's not cash.
In terms of play space, Phil's general response would be to say, oh, this could be around something as simple as having a piece of chalk and a hopscotch drawn on the ground, all the way through to just activating spaces. So what we find is that for the wider community, engaging them in fun, intergenerational activity is quite simple. It looks like those games from your childhood. And so planning for that as you generate things really just brings an added vibrance to spaces. Yesterday we were walking past one and there were 3 women, I would guess in their 70s, playing hopscotch on a hopscotch drawn outside Hutt City Council's building. So that's quite simple, but you can plan for it. You can have some things painted, you can have objects, rocks, that sort of thing. And we're really keen to activate communities in that way.
Marvellous, Michelle. I'm sure we'll be in touch with you if and when that project is on your ankles. Guys, thank you. The 10 minutes is up, 5 minutes is up, but thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you for having us. Enjoy the rest of your submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just running a couple of minutes behind. It's not too bad at this time of the day. So we now have submission 677, Karen Burgess from Enviro Schools. And Karen, I think you're on Zoom as well. Yeah. You have to unmute.
Okay, how's that now?
Great, thank you very much.
Excellent.
With that. We've just got some props. We'll be right with you.
Hey. Okay, tina koutou katoa. Ko tararua te pai maunga kei te mihi, ko romahanga te awa kei te mihi, ko Wairarapa Moana kei te mihi, and ko rangitane o Wairarapa me kahungunu ki Wairarapa na mana whenua kei te mihi. And acknowledgements to you, our council leaders. Thank you for the energy and time that you put into providing leadership in our community. I'm Karen, the Regional Coordinator from Enviro Schools, and this is Jill Stewart, who is the Community Facilitator for Enviro Schools across the Wairarapa. And thanking you for your support for Enviro Schools in the Wairarapa over the years. So we are requesting to renew our Memorandum of Understanding with the 3 Wairarapa councils this year. at a level that enables us to meet the needs of the school and early childhood communities, and provides for contributions across the 3 councils according to ratepayer base. So we're using our phone to Zoom with you today because we wanted to show you a banner that will give you an idea of what can happen when a school or centre stays in the network for a long time. So we'll just switch across to being able to look at that. So can you see that all right?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So the work that we do is all about supporting schools in ongoing journeys in sustainability. And it's really easy for schools to be involved in one-off environmental projects, but our role is to help them integrate their learning and action for sustainability into everyday school life over the long term. So this particular banner is one that the Auckland team made of the EnviroSchools journey that Royal Road School has been on since 2006. So Royal Road School started by creating a vision for a sustainable community, and they'll have revisited that vision regularly throughout their journey as things change and their vision evolves. You'll see that they've been involved in sustainability related projects in their school grounds and also in their local community. And over time, they've revisited the same projects, but with different students, and explored them in more depth or in different ways, and expanded the range of aspects of sustainability that they are exploring in their school and community, and the range of people who they engage with. So they've progressed through the EnviroSchool stages, which we currently call bronze, silver, and green gold. And this year, Jill is working with Whirinua School on a silver reflection. And if someone had the capacity to do that, they could make a banner like this out of the journey that Greytown School has been on, because they've been in the program for a really long time as well. So the role of the EnviroSchools Facilitator is to help the community celebrate what's taken place, learn from what they've experienced, and identify next steps. But with staff changes in schools, the schools can easily drift away from what they intended and from the opportunities that could be taken up. So having an EnviroSchools community facilitator in the area can make all the difference between the work that's happened over time being lost and it being built on and really brought to its potential in the communities themselves. So we will just switch now to the put the sound on to speaker so that you can so that both Jill and I can hear you if you've got any questions for us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Councillors, do you have any questions? Yeah, Councillor Maynard.
Donna, thank you for that. I'll better face this way, that's really I was just wanting to clarify, so you have Hayward School and you also have Greytown School, and has there been any kind of uptake from any of the schools in Martinborough School, Featherston, South Featherston, St Teresa's?
So over the years, all of those schools have been involved with the EnviroSchools program. I'm just a new facilitator back. Again, I was facilitating just the northern schools. So I'm just building relationships again with the schools. I've popped into Martinborough and you know, I'm an ex-teacher and I know a few of the people in there, so I was able to help them with some of their waste stuff. I know what's happening in South Featherston and they're steaming along. So what often happens is, because we can't work with all of them at once, we dip in and out. Greytown, just getting back involved with them, and you know, going to run a tracking and trapping with St Teresa's to support their local Donald Creek, hopefully later this term or early next term. So yeah, I've been in touch and I send them regular communications of opportunities for them to be involved in Martinborough early childhood, the kindergarten, in Featherston, in the Greytown kindergarten, or maybe not them, but other early childhood centres have been coming along to our sustainability hub. So we're just building relationships again, but also, yeah, there has been, you know, a lot of contact with them along the way.
And apologies on my part. I also I did forget Kanikara as well. So So I know that they have been working with Enviro schools as well, so Kahitara School.
Oh, yes, yeah. And just Kuranui College came on in the last couple of years, so they're just sort of at the beginning of their journey, and a really strategic school to be involved with, and with all the kids coming through to the college.
Great.
Fantastic.
Guys, thank you. The time is up, unfortunately, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
In order.
Thanks.
Kia ora.
Bye.
Right. Thank you for your patience, Joy and John. But we now have your submissions, 6 to 8 on the OTP and spatial standard.
So Greytown and a teacher that's something kind of runs through. Nothing's gold.
Yeah.
And that's, yes, please changing all the time. So now, so
Unless you want to do.
it's a recast.
It's really good to hear.
So you have 10 minutes. We will give you 2 knocks of the gavel at 2 minutes and then 1 at 1. But I do encourage you to leave and leave as much time for questions as possible. We do have your submissions.
Laura, thank you very much for allowing us to come and present our submission. I'm Joy Cooper. I'm the chair of Forekaka Trust Board, and this is John. I'm accompanied by John Barth, who's a long-serving Trust Board member. And I think you've probably all got our written submission and seen it, so we probably don't need to revisit that. You've got some questions. I'd like to congratulate the council on an excellent document, that consultation document. It was easy to deal with, and I think probably generated an enormous response as a result. It's very good. We were very, very pleased to look at that. We did submissions on the long-term plan and the spatial plan, and we'd like to add a little bit to our submission on the long-term plan, as well as the points we've made in our written submission. We thought it would be really good to see the long-term plan mention and align itself with the Wairarapa Combined Council's positive ageing strategy. The directions are all very well aligned, and it would be nice to see a specific mention of it. Because the Joint Council's positive ageing strategy is a very good document, and the linkages could be made clear. One of the things that the positive ageing strategy talks about is age-friendly CBD planning, which again, there's a link there. And the positive ageing strategy has as a goal priority, ensure housing options are appropriate, safe and accessible for older people. And we've had some thoughts about that. As you're all well aware, Wairarapa has a greater proportion of older people and faster growing numbers in those age groups than many other parts of New Zealand. And we support, so one of the things that has come to light recently, when Forekaka built its most recent villas, we went for universal design principles, and we got LifeMark 4-star rating, which means that and it doesn't add to the expense of building, it just means you put sufficient thought in at the design stage, and you make sure your fixtures and fittings are all disability friendly, age friendly, it's safe for children and toddlers and old people. You have wider doorways, you have flat surfaces, flat transitions across floors, and things like that, and bathrooms that are safe for older people. And some of I think several of the councils around New Zealand now encourage use of universal design principles. Now, recently, Hamilton City Council has announced a contribution policy to incentivise universal design. And as far as I understand it, developments that include the 4-star LifeMark certification will get a rebate on their development certification, whatever that is. And I thought that could actually be cost neutral for a council, because you could put up your overall charge for development certification, but rebate those that comply with universal design principles. So that's just an idea. And as I say, our two new villas that were built on universal design principles, people in them find them very easy to live in and very successful. So that was one of the things that we'd like to add to our submission for the long-term plan, and it also feeds into the spatial plan. For the spatial plan, we only commented on the Martinborough spatial plan, and we really wondered where Wharekāka fitted in council's planning for the future shape and design of Martinborough. And we have a unique, very small retirement village, which I think people have pointed out to us. Our villas are considerably lower cost than those that are going up at the Orchard State in Greytown. So it's a different kind of offering. It supports diversity of options for older people in South Wairarapa. And our position in relation to Martinborough Centre is critically important to the kind of lifestyle and opportunities that our residents, both in the rest home, hospital and the villas, enjoy. They can come down here to the library, they can be more independent than if they were miles away and either had to walk much further or get a bus or something. So position is critically important, I think, to our aims and goals. And we would like to, well, we need to expand a bit, so we just wonder how Wharekāka would fit in your plans for Oxford Street and around there. So that was our main point. And we could just say one more thing about climate change. There were two things that we didn't put in that we strongly agree. I think it's actually in the long-term plan with the decision with supporting more work on footpaths and curb extensions. So we'd like that noted, please. And what was the other thing I had? Oh yes, climate change. We suggested that under the climate change option, thank you, John, that we were very strongly supportive of the proposal to provide free self-assessment kits. And we thought that could work in with some of the eco stuff. And I see Westpac now, what banks is offering up with loans for home heating and insulation and things. Council has been providing water tanks for homes at a reduced price, and we'd like to see that sort of rolled out wider. Our experience in the Wharekāka villas over the last summer has been that the water use has gone up, and we think the residents are probably indulging in a little bit too much watering of their little gardens, and we should be encouraging everybody to have those 200-litre tanks, which would help them with their garden watering, those sorts of things. So that was really covered the points that we would like to make. And
great. Thank you very much. We've still got a few minutes. So, councillors, do you have any questions of Joy or John?
Yes,
Please.
Thanks very much. So if you were to extend, did you have any thoughts as to how many more villas, thinking to the spatial plan?
Right. How many more villas we would have? Well, we don't want to alter the character of our rather small establishment, and though we haven't really gone that far, I think we've got 2 or 4. Yes, we've got
probably another 2 on top of that.
yes, so potentially 4, and we've talked about apartments as well.
Just to give some sense of where that might fit into the spatial plan.
Yes.
Joy, on that, I understand that the ratio of cared people within the hospital area versus units needs to be 2 units to support 1 bed. Is that
it's actually 4 to 1. The industry standard is that you need 4 apartments or villas to support 1 care bed.
And you have how many beds?
We've got 20, so 19 at the moment. So we've actually we would actually need another 68, and we're never going to do that.
But that is I mean, we are interested in sustainability.
Yes, that's right.
Important in our community.
But I think we, yes, absolutely. So we, at the moment, we have no debt, and but we're very conscious of the gap between our income and expenditure, which we cover with fundraising, and the turnover in villas is quite important. Well, it's extremely important to us, and a couple more would give us another, or perhaps 3 to 4 more would give us a huge degree of comfort, but we certainly don't want to go to 61. And there are other options that we can explore for sustainability in terms of how we let rooms in the facility and things like that. So there's a whole lot of strategic planning coming down the track for it.
You involve us in that.
Joy, are you thinking of expanding within your current footprint that you've got at the moment? So you've got the home on the corner of Sewers, Oxford and Sackville. So within that, are you thinking of putting another couple of villas?
There's not much room there. We've explored knocking down the whole facility, and then you could squeeze it because it's rather wasteful space the way it's angled on the site. So there are a number of options to look at. Ideally, we'd squeeze a little bit, we impinge on the park a little bit more. But,
thank you.
Joy, John, thank you very much for your
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
And now we have our last one of the day. Sorry, we are running 3 minutes behind. The Cohasset Group on behalf of the Board of Land. Come on forward. We might take you on.
Hi, I'm Craig Nisbet of Cohasset Group Limited, and I've been helping my good friend here, Gordon Lang, with regards to 116 Street Corner. And we won't take much of your time because we've submitted. So it's more about whether you have any questions for us. What we've tried to do in our submissions is of course, encourage council into agreeing with us that the current dog leg, which excludes Gordon's property, should be included in the ultimate intensification for 2 reasons. One, it appears to us that fits within the stated desires of the spatial plan process, and 2, if we were to apply a bit of commercial argument to the matter, then would suggest that it would be unfair to actually leave that segment out of the rezoning. That latter argument is purely commercial, I accept that. The other arguments are all within the submissions which were filed, and they focus on what we believe is a desire for people, particularly in later years, to live closer to the services within an existing urban area, so they can walk to the cafes, etc., which I'm not new to myself, and therefore avoid using a car. And it seems to us that if intensification was allowed outside the current urban limits, and I'm not being prescriptive when I refer to urban limits, then we're going to have a heavier vehicular movement, particularly on weekends. So we think that the development or the intensification within the area discussed in the paper actually solves a lot of that problem. It appears now you have a major traffic problem in the weekends. So we suggest that to allow intensification within the existing urban limits will actually mitigate that. We refer to what locally is known as 100 metre strip, which is that side of Regent Street. Apparently, and I say only apparently, in terms of development, the Dublin Street to Hawkins Drive segment of that area is less development ready than the Oxford Street to New York Street area in terms of provision of underground services that we're apparently. And I think that also introduces a commercial reality in terms of development where developers, what would be and I know you can't answer this yet, what would be the likely development levy, etc., the likely costs imposed on developments to provide sections in a less development ready area, if of course that developer must contribute to the addition of new services, which is always the case. I guess one of our other themes is which seems to be in fact an international theme and a New Zealand-wide theme, which you see in the cities, and I know that doesn't apply to beautiful Martinborough, but the allowing intensifications outside the existing urban area into 1 to 4,000 square metre sections it appears to be contrary to urban design principles throughout the country. And I accept that that's less applicable in a desirable rural town like Martinborough, but we just suggest that it should be taken into account. Probably that's about the gist of our submission, and otherwise I'm just repeating what is in the paper that you already have, so maybe
a great synopsis of what we've read in your submission. Councillors, do you have any questions regarding this? So I think we all know the piece of land.
Yeah.
And we also understand those sections on a cusp of change. Thank you very much for your submission. Obviously,
that's always good.
It is. And thank you very much. Thank you for being patient. Oh no, thank you very much. Nice to see you all. Those I don't know, just all of you.
Thanks.
Now I'll just have
a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm doing I'll adjourn for 20 minutes, and then we'll do another resolution to extend past 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then we'll get on to the deliberations. No, it'll be long-term planning deliberations versus the spatial plan. Thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned. Sorry. I'd like to, we need to have a resolution to consider. Oh, where is it? There's time. The council hearings and deliberations meeting on today continue beyond the 6-hour time limit on meetings prescribed by the South Ryder District Council standing orders, moved by Jeffrey, seconded by Rebecca. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, the motion is carried. Where's my agenda? All right. So we now move on to recommendations. And I would like to have someone, I will move that we receive the long-term plan 2021 to 2031 report. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Lee. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, the motion is carried. I'll now hand over to the CEO to lead us through deliberations.
Okay, thank you. So we have the remainder of this afternoon and tomorrow. We have 2 things that we need to largely do, is to go through the big 6 items that we consulted on. We've now heard the variety of views and read the submissions from constituents. So the intention is to go through those in the sequence today. We also need to run a parking lot for those things that you think that have come up through the submission process, that where you think you would like us to investigate or explore further in terms of costs. Now, this is where the word of caution comes in. So, as you know, we're in an incredibly tight time frame from here on in. So we have the audit, we need to have a draft LTP to the auditors on the 14th of June.
Finalised.
Finalised of the 14th of June. Okay, so we need to have essentially all the options nailed down in terms of what you want us to investigate. And please, my thing is, please don't give us a whole lot of stuff to do, because we can only really focus on the things that we've gone out to consult. So even though people have raised a whole lot of issues, just because they can, necessarily mean it's a good process to actually drive into everything we want to see. So we just need to focus on the bigger things.
But we are going to have a parking lot to be able to address those at a later stage, is that correct?
Yes, and we'll also do an action list that comes up with a variety of individual points and benefits have raised, so that we're keeping a track of that, but they also respond to during the year and report back. And so, but the crux here is we need to get the key directional things you want to look at nailed today and tomorrow, because after that we have no further time. So in essence, Katrina and the team need to go away and work out what the cost implications of those are and bring them back to you at the workshop we have scheduled on the 11th. From there, we have no more time. And so we're on a tight time frame. So we need to keep on track, basically. Otherwise, we'll not be able to do that. Now, the spatial plan it has a little bit more flex. What we want to do tomorrow is go through the spatial plan, essentially look at what you've the three towns, have a look at what submissions have said. Remember, you've only heard from the people that chose to speak. There behind that are another 200 odd submissions. So you need to look at these and balance with not just what the people said in the room, but also the themes that are coming through from the right range of people. So we'll be looking at what people have said, what they support, what they don't support, and we're trying to get the key bigger directional issues. So that we can actually then go and refine the geospatial plan in this context of what it means for each of the residential growth options for the town. But what I specify, we're not in the same tight time frame, but equally don't want to leave it to go. So we have a little bit more flex around the spatial plan. So the priority is to get the LTP absolutely nailed so we can get it to August 14th, the final. Okay, so that's now, and just also the other thing I just want to add is that, of course, what happens between when we start down this track with the LTP and our budgets, things pop up. So there are things that we you asked us to do, and we should have put that in the budget, or have we not, and so forth. So there's a range of those types of things that start to be identified. Most of them are CapEx. So an example, probably the biggest one is the cost of a driveway into the Featherston Cemetery. Greytown Cemetery, so Greytown Cemetery, which is about 200k, but that's CapEx. Okay. And there will be some operating work in part, but probably the priority for us in the OPEX area, apart from rats and mice, is we have a couple of key pressure points in our staffing. And so there's one role that we budget in the second year of the LTP. We want to bring that forward. It's about our waste minimisation and waste support. It's essentially to support us and our amenities team. We want to bring that forward because they are really under pump, as you are well truly aware. But that has an operating cost of about bringing it forward of about 80k, not more. So just letting you know, there are some things that it inevitably happens. Equally, things like the rating review. We need to make sure we've got sufficient budget to do that.
And the representation.
And the representation, because now we'll be doing both the rating review and the representation review. You'll be commencing at the same time. There's slightly different timelines. The rating review will be completed by basically within the year. But the representation room review starts a process of gathering information and evidence so that you can make an informed decision about what it is that you want to recommend by way of a suitable representation. And it needs to be done in time for to give effect to the 2025 election. There's slightly different time frames, but we need to start the same. So just be conscious that with all the best will in the world, we're trying to foresee all the things that we possibly spend money on. We haven't got 100% foresight. Some of these things, as you know, things do crop up. So just take it that way. Okay, so is everyone okay about what we're doing and how we intend to proceed? So what I'll do is now hand over to Alex and we'll start through the top 6 items.
Right, and we might as well start off with number 1. But it's also the biggest dominator one. So there's 3 waters. As you can see, we had 81% submitting on this. It's quite interesting. We have basically 48% agreeing or strongly agreeing, and a massive amount of people actually being neutral at 30%.
38%.
Yeah. So combined agree or disagree is 17%. So I think the way forward on this is relatively clear. It's more looking now at submissions and deciding whether we have had anything that sways us away from the majority view that we're seeing in the statistics from the full range of submitters. As attractive as it may be to be looking at being more proactive, I think we've got a clear mandate from the public with regards to which direction to go. Can we open this up to the table for comments, people?
You'll agree with you, it is quite obvious. The only differentiation there is slightly is the rural moving away from the urban. But yeah, it's very clear that it's go ahead as described with option 1.
Yes. It's interesting that there was really no hard negatives against it, was it?
No.
Yeah, it was the only one. And they've stated their reasons, but basically, I think the majority agree.
There was also a number of submissions that were actually looking at doing more.
Yeah.
So, you know, but you add that into the mix as well. My only concern with their view is that there's capacity, not actually.
Yeah.
It's very much to do it once, do it right.
Yep. I think so. What's also interesting is the people, the urban, where the bird of the fight falls the most, are the most in favour of
Yes, they are.
which is very tough.
Well, I think they're just sick of it. They just want it done and dusted.
Yep.
So,
And I actually think it's a large part to.
but what we're doing is not actually addressing the full.
So it's not.
We're not addressing the full
We may
replacement of the wastewater.
Well, I think that's what we're seeing in what we've proposed is what we call the bare minimum is a massive jump on previous years.
Yeah.
And is what we see as a bare minimum. Well, it is,
On
but a bare minimum to be prudent and address the issues that our ratepayers have addressed. Can't hear a thing. So it's not just because we've asked for the lower amount, it doesn't mean to say it's a low amount. Does that make sense?
I mean, improving assets and services, we can discuss this enough. You know, looking into the future, if you don't get your bases right now, you won't be able to move to the next stage. So it's just a matter of getting the start right and then move on.
Can you give us some guidance on what if we do have to revisit next year or the year after? What is that?
Well, the time we're revisiting, there are 2 areas that's going to revisit this. One is with regards to if we get a final solution following discharge standards on water quality standards. The other one is if Three Waters Act, if and when that activates, we need to redo a LTP without water included. Either way, it'll be start from scratch again.
Okay. Yeah, we're aware of it.
I mean, there was one submitter that actually said we're spending way too much, and the problem's obviously not as big as we think it is, but I thought that was rather disingenuous in his previous position in council.
Even that, we'll have to back on that. But,
Yeah.
I could see why you asked the first question.
Yeah.
Here that we.
Yeah, no, we just want to keep going around.
I was just going to say, I think that I was surprised by the amount of acceptance that we need to do this. And I think that's a large part to the steady stream of comms. And really, we've reached a place where everybody goes, yes, we've got a big problem. Everybody sort of seems to be at that point. With a wide degree of acceptance.
Now, when you look at over the region of what is happening with other councils, I think that our percentage increase in spending on water is the highest amongst all the councils, and there's only one council going backwards.
Yeah, Wellington.
So Wellington have
I just think we should publicly thank Wellington for all the pictures that were seen on the news, because
Remember, this is a public discussion, councillor. I don't think we should really bring this back. But so we are, I think we're reacting well. So any other question or any other discussion?
I've just got one question for Harry, and just remind me because I've forgotten. So at what point will all of our drinking water, in your opinion, be completely to a safe standard?
June.
I think we're.
That compliance is only one in the Soldiers Memorial with respect to the.
Well, what the regulator will do now, instead of doing the 12, remember the Department of Public Health used to do a 12-month roll. So what they're doing now with the new water services bill, it'll be a point in time. So the fact that we had a couple of weeks on the the planning framework correct is not going to affect on our
compliance,
which is good.
So that's a massive step forward.
Yeah.
I have no problem in investing in our waters. What I do have a problem with is that we're about to tell Wellington Water, this is what you're getting, don't ask for anything more. But I'm very wary that they will come back at us and say, oh, we got it wrong the first time, can we have more?
We've challenged Wellington Water with regards to our long-term plan and their ability to go under that. I think that's as much as from an elected official perspective that we're able to do with regards to surety of delivery. And anything else starts to get into some other dicey accusations on a company we own.
Yes, we may own them, but they're controlling us, not we controlling them.
But that could be for any of our suppliers.
Yeah.
But the main just caution I would add here is that remember we should need to be very cautious about adding anything to the capital program. We had the same note that all of New Zealand has done for all councils is around the doability of the capital program. Yeah. Which is not to do with our Wellington Water. That's about the contractor market, who's available, all those type of things. How doable is the range of capitals we've got? So we've had to balance that in this program. So adding more would not be a good idea.
Not only that, it would also give them an out not to deliver.
And it sets an unrealistic expectation that work will be done when there isn't the workforce capability to do something.
So those are the factors we need to take.
So the only query I would raise it was raised one of the submitters. Do we need to go ahead and do the smart meters now?
Yeah, that was a good comment.
I thought it was right, Chair, thought it was rather odd submission, in as much as the old meters we have do not encourage regular checking by council. There's a massive cost to drive around, and we're doing it once a year before identifying a leak, whereas we could be doing it weekly or monthly. Also, on top of that, there's 3 other councils installing, 5 other councils installing electronic meters, and we're able to get quite big gains through purchasing at the same time as the other councils.
And the other thing, remember the key point about this was the pilot, was to try and get the measure of water loss, public versus private. We don't know that correct. And so getting enough scale to be able to say, actually, we're managing leakage from the public end of the spectrum. That's our job, to reduce leakage in that area. We don't know what's going on over the fence. So that's a critical.
Can we make sure that
I think there's not one council in the Wellington region that doesn't accept that electronic meters are an important part of the conservation.
Well, they're immediately visible, and I think that they're part of the conservation strategy. Yeah. And perhaps some of the aversion to installation of a smart meter is actually understanding of how they work and the potential gains as a community will see.
Yep.
From
Garrett. I'm sure there are comments filed in that area, but we are so far ahead of other councils, and as much as we don't have that hump of actually talking about meters, we've already got them in.
Yeah, we have been messaging that through all the communications and public meetings we've had about this part, because that's back. So
Remember, all those meters are 20 years old now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably have to be replacing them anyway.
I do
Mine was
firmly
really old.
respect that we've got.
It may have been replaced.
It's still a big job.
Oh, we didn't have one to start with.
No, rather than have to start and spread. Yeah.
Because
Just
meter
sell it.
replacements.
yeah, communicate that for sure. Yeah. I've got more resilient strategy.
So Harry, so just a question, when would those smart meters come into play?
I will be starting this year.
Immediate.
Yeah.
From July.
So, and it, we already have, for instance, we already have 200 that we've, so that we will replace them, you know, apart from doing a scale intervention, as we replace them, we will be putting them into the system. Yeah. As well.
If you're taking up the meter anyway, you might as well replace it at the same time.
Yeah.
And from what I can see, a lot of the leaks are occurring at that point anyway.
Can I ask, we're doing Greytown first, aren't we, with the smart meters
No.
under the pilot?
We did a pilot, but it was only a limited number
Oh,
to prove a theory with regards to being able to track water loss for all of them. And we used some of the government stimulus money for that. How many did we put in? Not that many.
Ewan might be able to answer these on the end of the phone. Ewan, the question was, how many smart have we put in? Any idea?
So just there's a couple of points that are probably worth picking up. In terms of the smart meters that we already have, we've installed about 30 so far across the area. The ones we're doing as part of the stimulus funding are actually being, Wellington Water are telling us they're actually not just smart meters, they're smart air meters. So they do things, sounds a little bit funny, but it's not just around giving automatic readings, but also it can detect any changes in the network itself. So it can change over and under pressure as well. So it's not just around meter readings and potentially water losses on a private side, it's actually also around pressure and all that sort of stuff as well. So the rollout that we're doing with the stimulus funding is going to be starting in the next couple of months. And we've actually got a meeting and I think it's in 2 weeks' time to outline what that plan is.
Excellent, thanks.
Just a quick question. It's going to be, who's going to be drilling down into this information? Is it Wellington Water that's going to be taking charge of that, or the council?
As our water services provider, they really
okay. Can I ask one more question? Going on from those smart meters, when we take out the old meters, are we going to on-sell them to another council that doesn't have them?
Would they really want a worn-out meter?
No, not all. Not all. Nothing.
Thought of that. We might be
Question on recycling the water.
She's the scope.
Sorry, I'll come back. I doubt it. But we'll send something. So we need to be careful as well. The trial, the next stage of the trial isn't going to be in Greytown, and we'll be attaching a smart meter, but we won't necessarily be removing the old meter straight away until we've got a proper proof of concept as to the value of those smart meters. It is a trial after all, so we don't want to take something out if it's not going to work. So yeah, just be aware it's an additional meter in the short term until we've got a proof of concept.
But that didn't answer my question.
Are we going to resell the old meters?
I would doubt it. No one will want them. Everybody's moving towards these smart meters. It's a common thing across the country.
Well, put one drain. Right. Right. Guys, any other discussion regarding decision one with regards to water?
No.
So then our resolution on that one, which I will pre-approve here, but we will run through them again. I think that's what we did last year. Just hold your breath, people.
I guess it's actually really important to remember too that we've got a tranche of money sitting there still for renewals from central government, which will contribute to this. But a huge.
Okay, look, we'll just have a draft resolution to come back to that we are going to approve.
Alex, can I just, I was having a side conversation with my peers. We've also got a swag or large tranche of money from central government for investment or replacement as well, which is going to have a positive impact on this decision. Which can we include that in our current strategy as well? And How far through, just remind me, sorry, how far through using that are we? at present?
It must be completely spent by March 2022.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm talking about the work program. What I haven't seen
Are
is.
you able to answer that? I'm not able to answer at this point.
So the renewals work has started. It's fair to say though that Wellington Wharf probably haven't spent as much money at this time as we thought they would have done. But certainly there is a lot of work still to be done, but they do have a plan in place for it and they're confident they'll be able to spend it by the end of March. And that includes in the renewals work. That renewals work focuses on some of the water supply, but also reducing the key points of I&I and the wastewater network in Featherston.
So at the moment, that doesn't, we've factored that into our budgets at the moment.
Yeah, and that's also the constraining factor around that doability of the CapEx program as well, in that you've got this core increase in budget that you're agreeing through the LTP. You've also got the stimulus stuff sat at the side, which effectively is an additional demand on that market too. So you are doing quite a lot more, broadly speaking, with that increase in funding.
Yeah, and later in the year, we will be offered additional stimulus funding, but since we do not know the context of that and the amount, we can't factor that into our decision today. So our decision one will be, and we'll carry this forward, to adopt option one. Yep. Our council's preferred option included 48 million funding over 10 years. That's our first part. The second one, which is a lot more talked about actually, which is interesting, is our big decision on rural roads. So what we've got here is an interesting dilemma for us. So with regards to rural, we have 31% agreeing, but we have 57% disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. As an aggregate, we have 14% agreeing and 40%. But so really, I think we need to go back to the rural split on this as well, as the most effective part. Which is very much showing that they do not want this to occur. What I'd like to do before we enter into discussion is clarify whether or not, or what the decision is from 7 submitters about a council agreement to seal the Ruakaka Road. Now, and I'm very confused on this one. Was there a resolution or was this an agreement with the roading team of residents?
I cannot recall a resolution.
It won't be not have been a roading team decision.
No, there was, but I think there was definitely something at the table where it was said that it would. So I mean, they're quite adamant.
Yes.
So
I'm sure it was discussed.
Yeah, it was. So it definitely was. We just had to.
It's like a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah. Well, there was no, therefore, we're talking 3 kilometres of which we've done 1.2. I need to know if there was an obligation of council, either moral or via resolution, to fulfil any agreement that might have been made. I know nothing about it.
Can I take a different track on this, please, Mr. Mayor, and look at it from a purely safety perspective? If you're talking about that stretch of road, Ruakaka, and the amount of cars that travel on it, it is probably the single most dangerous road in the Wairarapa for the number of accidents that occur.
Yeah.
And if you take it from that perspective, then we have a moral thing. And it doesn't matter what we said. We're looking at it here and now. Is this the right thing to do if this is the most dangerous road in the Wairarapa?
You're assuming that sealing fixes the issue, and we haven't done much research on that. Or whether
well, I'd certainly be happy to hear Harry's comment on this. And
I'm going to go back to the crux of actually this, because this actually sucks up 3 years worth of roading anyway. So do we know if there is an agreement that still needs to be, do we have a reputational risk by not continuing the Ruakaka sealing?
Definitely.
There's no resolution. That's all that we know.
Do we have anything about what was the conversation?
I would suspect, anything that I can recall, this discussion about there was what the priority would be for last year's annual allocation of the ceiling budget, and discussion was to fund work.
Cockatoo, yeah.
Cockatoo Road, but I'm not aware of anything that said we're committing to 3 years of funding.
No, it was 3Ks.
3K, well.
It was 3Ks that we were committing to. So I just.
No record of that commitment being done more than what was offer last year being done. That's what Harry said. Yeah.
The thing is as well, just to add on to Alice's point, to Councillor Plummer's point, is that last year when they presented and those figures that they had, which were factual figures of people going to the Petuna Chasm. Now I noticed this year it had gone, so from last year where I know, I think he said it was about like 4,000 or something like, it's doubled. It's doubled since last year. So that's huge. And that's what their concern was then last year when they brought it to the table. The fact that there's so much traffic heading out that way now. I think we have an obligation just to.
Well, we've got to look at this, and it's not that easy.
Yes.
Yeah, because if we seal that, then the other next one on the block will be saying, well, we do 7,500. And then we have to say we have an obligation for another 1.2 million. And at what point does that stop?
It was a concern to us last year when it was half the amount. So I think that's where we really need to be looking at for this is you know the reality of seeing that those numbers jump significantly. If it was concerned last year, I believe that road is a major concern, and I would like, you know, somehow they say there's 3Ks. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty.
Yeah, I think you've either got to make a decision to continue sealing roads. I think you're remiss in making a decision about which one to do as your first point. You need to make a decision about are you going to continue to seal rural roads, because that's all that you've been asked to do in the LTP. The second order is to develop an objective criteria that says if you are going to seal, which ones are the ones that should be prioritised to do that. Because you are in danger where you've had 239 submitters roughly talking about this, and be careful not to answer people who have taken the time to come and talk to you. Right? So that's a halo. You know, you've had 600 people who could write anything they wanted to and have about water and those types of things. So, you know, but your decision is actually, should you continue to seal rural roads, and then you should task staff with coming up with a framework, and we sent you out an idea of what that framework could look like. And that will take into consideration safety, risk, traffic volumes, all those things. But it will look across the whole 260 kilometres of rural network.
Could I then suggest we put this in the park area, do that work, come back to us, and we'll give you an answer.
Is there a way to bring back what was said last year?
2 weeks to do the work, because at the end of the day, it then decides. Sorry, I have finished it. Excuse me. At the end of the day, if we park this, the decision is still going to be yes, we do the funding, or no, we don't, and then by that stage you'll have given us.
I'm not saying.
So we've already done the work, assuming we say no to it. And so therefore to say yes to it is the money's already, it's easy enough to put it into the spreadsheet, isn't it? So it's not going to.
It takes longer than a couple of hours to put it into the spreadsheet.
But my point is that you're asking us to make a decision when some pretty serious concerns have been raised, and these are safety concerns that you can't just walk away from and say, we're not going to ignore, you're going to ignore that. Because safety trumps everything on our roads. We know that. The government has given a very clear direction that safety has to come first on our roads. That's why we're doing a speed review and a safety review on our roads. If we don't do that work now, for our long-term plan, that's remiss of us. We've got a couple of weeks. We just park it for a couple of weeks, let the officers come back to us with some more information so that we can make an informed decision.
Other councillors' opinion on this? Lee?
I agree with Melissa on safety issue, and also I guess I have an overlaying view about the significant increase in tourists to the area. But just another thought might be to reduce the footpath spend. So look at those two things in tandem, reduce the footpath spend by 50%, have full spend on the rural roads, and half of which will be paid for, I think, from reserves, from the rural reserve. And maybe that's another way to look at it, to look at those two things together.
I would suggest that you're compromising another decision which we have a clear mandate from the government on. I feel that we are able to make this decision based on the evidence, as Harry said, with regards to moving forward. I'm going to suggest that, in my opinion, it is quite clear looking, well, it's evenly divided, but when you look at the most affected, rural people, it's quite clear that we should continue. Which then answers the question with regarding which one.
Yeah, look, my gut feeling right now is to say, yes, we should continue seeing it, but I would rather actually make that on some really decent information.
So the problem is, well, we haven't got traffic counts. So the most critical piece of this information, it will be the traffic counts across a number of our roads. People are asking for this to do, and we just don't have it. And we can't do that in 2 weeks. That's what we can't go put other things out and do 2 weeks count.
Yeah, but it's traffic accidents reported.
No, there aren't. So the only information that's actually collected is the police attendance, and it's usually deaths and serious injuries. So,
if you can't get the information, then my vote would go this carry on service.
Let's go around the table. Jenny.
A starting point for me, look, I've got no doubt that these roads need to be sealed, and I think that if we miss 3 years, we're never going to gain it. We're going to be 3 years behind the game. But I think the starting point for me would be how much, I don't want to put you on the spot, but how much would it alter the rural rate?
1.4% increase, of which a higher proportion will fall on the lifestyles than the larger.
Well, given that there's mainly the lifestylers that have been submitting, and there's only 2 real farmers that actually submitted to here. So I don't think you're going to get a pushback from that. But that's a starting point. I don't think it's a big thing.
Brenda, what are your
from a health and safety, and the amount of people that are actually using that particular road to go and see a tourist attraction, perhaps, we do need to look at actually sealing it.
So we were specifically looking at not a particular road, but a continuation of a relative program. And that's the resolution you've got to look at.
Our population is growing. Our population will go out there onto those rural roads.
Cool.
So I think yes, we should.
I think I've been pretty clear already, but I could have just gone listening to the others, but I haven't. I think for me, we have to keep doing it, and the numbers can be proven because the Petuna chasm you pay to go out there, so they can actually prove the how many cars and that's where they've got in the that's right.
I would agree with that. I'd like to see it continue to be funded.
I absolutely support continuing funding it.
I support continuing funding it, both for the health and safety, and I think also because if we don't do it for 3 years, we're going to be 1 point something or other million behind, and we will never catch up. And I thought that right from the beginning. But can I also add, when we're coming to look at which roads we actually do, I will go through the things that I have at home with regard to the Ruacock Road, because I think that when the dark sky was first mooted and we put our efforts behind the Dark Sky Association, and one of the residents said what they were going to do at Cock Row, that there is some agreement or some gentleman's agreement, or whatever you like to call it, within those discussions that said that we would do some work on that road, not just
So we'll still
grading.
look at that. I don't think it affects the resolution. It does show us the danger of handshake agreements.
Yeah, I support it because, and I think we're getting confused about recognising this is the rural vote is very strong in favour of. And it's the numbers going, I think the rural vote coming through.
I think our answer is very clear on this one. So we're looking at continuing the funding of rural roads over the next 3 years.
Quickly, Alex, I think we've got to be very careful on how we word this recommendation that people don't think yes, they're going to fund our road for 3 years. We've got to word it.
Yeah. So that's the resolution, and the priority is a separate. Okay. Right. Good work. Moving on to big decision number 3, which is footpaths, which actually doesn't seem to me. I know that the problem we have is actually getting the footpaths done as opposed to funding them. But I think we all would agree. Okay, well, let's look at this. So we have a 60% agree or strongly agree, and only a 20% disagree or strongly disagree. If we're looking at all different urban, rural, and non-ratepayer, it's all over 50%, just on 50% on rural agree with this.
May I just bring up something that was brought up today, and that was with regards to how much rural's paying for it, paying for the footpaths. So I understand that we can't change any of that, but I would like that just to be something that is looked at when we're looking at how we are charging our rates.
I think there will be the comms with regards to we accept that there are inequalities that will be addressed in ratings review. Because I think we've gone around in circles a number of times in the workshops regarding how we get over our rating system and absurdities.
We'll make a strong message in our communication that says we're strongly heard some of the inequities that people perceive as a rating mechanism, and we will be starting a rating review, which we will be starting in August.
Could we also perhaps put some correspondence out to what are the dimensions we're going to have and what we're going to do with our footpaths? Because if you walk around Greytown,
that's what Madam Chris looks like.
This is not the oddity that it looks like, it's the norm at the moment.
Yeah. Hey, look, that's a separate. So let's, like, guys, we have a limited time frame, and Alistair, you want to know.
That's you're trying to Heritage Society about 3 rivers.
Which one?
It's pretty clear to me, looking at the numbers, where we need to go with this, in hearing from people as well. If we continue to fund this the way the community have come out and said they wish it to be funded, it also really supports and engages with our ageing strategy, and also with people that have CCS, like I was going to the Chat Festival and that. So, yeah.
It would be nice to have regular reports on progress of actually spending the money we're allocating, rather than end of the year like we did last year. I know that that's an operational thing.
I was just going to say the practical reality is this isn't something you just do. You do bits over here. It's
at the right time of year,
because you want to get the comments down.
We don't get subsidy for ETTA footpaths.
We get maintenance. We get a subsidy for the maintenance of footpaths.
Not renewal.
Not the
news.
And that's new. It's only been the last 3 years. That's been
cool. Right. So I think our resolution is going to be on this one, that we go with the big decision 3 regarding the additional funding for footpaths.
So that's already built into the budget.
I'll continue.
This is just continue. I'll take it out.
Yep. Okay. Another interesting one is the big decision 4 regarding firms. So if we go over the figures here, we're at 60% agree or strongly disagree, and 25% disagree or strongly disagree. we're looking at the split of urban, who this falls on the most. We actually have an even more agreement with regards to this, which is the exact opposite. And I think the case makes sense as well. What I would love to do, and this is an aside and not part of this decision, but possibly look at as our connecting communities people or community people to say, have a way of elderly people who are in trouble being able to get a neighbour or link up with someone who can help them with this. So I think that's a really good common story that we can create, and it also helps with regards to
I'm also interested in the comment that it possibly could be funded by winners in some cases.
I'm sure it could be.
We can
if they're on a benefit.
Yeah. Just quite quickly on that, who actually, how the mechanism to collect this money, how involved is that going to be?
With regards to, we haven't made a decision with regards to how it's going to be implemented on charging or who doesn't. I think it's a separate. If we have to mow someone's,
how do you get the money?
Is it charged?
Or is it put on the rates?
But why would we?
We just see them bill.
But we can.
That's what we do. We see them bill. It's the same way that we do with like bridges, and if someone does.
Services, I'm sure we'll get a report on how that's going to happen.
We just need to check out how equal.
Yes. So I think a big decision 4 is going to be that we do agree with the proposal to stop mining verbs in towns to minimise waste.
Do we all agree?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm pretty sure the answer is yes all round.
Is everyone okay?
What was the rates increase on that one?
1.4.
It's already built in, isn't it? Stopping bird mowing is already built in.
But it would be a 1.4 increase.
No
savings.
Savings.
So if we keep bird mowing, then there'll be a 1.4% increase.
Yeah, so if we take that out, that's 1.4.
So at the moment, it's built in that we're not doing bird
Oh, that we're not doing it. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Looks like we've really tackled the hardest first and got easier and easier. So Greytown space is our big decision number 4.
Overwhelming.
You'd have to be a
Alice is against
very blind man not to see that.
Alice is against it.
Alice is
So we are looking at a 71% agreement and a 16% disagreement.
There's a big ticker there. There's no impact on rates.
No.
And it was really encouraging to hear the kids saying, students saying what they were keen
It's a little
on.
hands-on about talking with NZTA about another crossing. From an access perspective, just around over the complete picture there. But around the table, comments or agreement?
No, just the safety side of it.
Yeah.
I think that'll become part of the discussion with NZTA over the new medical centre.
Yep.
So we might be able to kill 2 birds with one stone.
Hold on. Yeah. Oh, right.
So
Okay. Cool. Sorry, what was the quick?
Your question is, do you have any comments or are you in favour? We'll just do a round the table.
Oh, no, I think green space, play space.
Rebecca.
No, I absolutely support a play space.
What I expect from a great
I totally support, and I think it's a real win in this LTP for us, and something long awaited, so I think it's
It has been a long time discussed.
I'm totally for this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brenda?
I definitely agree with it, and as long as it's engaging with the community and the community has a bit of an input to it, then they will totally own it.
And it was very nice to be your comment saying about maintenance and making sure it's maintained and putting it back onto the users. Interesting.
And I think there was some appetite for that, from early.
Yeah. I also like the comment about graffiti.
This is a real tricky one for me, I've got to say.
I actually found it really heartening that the children were able to actually think, students. We're able to actually think outside the box as well when it came to graffiti and how it's not actually a negative, and that they, you know, it would be quite cool to have a graffiti wall, you know, like that they could actually. I think it's a great idea.
Yes.
Oh, look, I totally agree. Right. Pick up, which I thought was great, these kids saying as well, we're going to look after it. Like that. Maybe we could get them to do the burns of the old field. On the way to the skate park.
That's about connecting communities, isn't it? Which was
Who's
spoken
Alison?
about today.
Right, so I think we're pretty clear on this one with regards to decision number 5, that we agree with the proposal to develop a great town space. Yes. Another interesting one. Decision number 6, and again, I don't think I need to actually add up the figures. No. With regards to this, but universally, and to be honest, you know, with regards to the importance, with regards to this resolution though, are we looking, do you want from us just not a resolution to close it, but whether or not we discuss the submissions that have been made saying move it, as opposed to, would you like a resolution to that effect?
We need to have a discussion around.
No, but if you, is this, do you want us to say yes or no with regards to the 6, or would you like to do a modified resolution? It's up to us.
Let's be modified. Why don't we talk about it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So let's do it. I mean,
so could I just update your price maybe? Sorry, price for you on spot. How realistic do you think it is to that there is an alternative location or short of purchasing?
Oh yeah, there is an alternative location. Okay. You might like it.
Town Hall.
We haven't sold Fenwick's Lane.
Where?
Fenwick's Lane, which is Woods Line.
Yeah.
That is in Greytown. That is the boundary of Greytown. It's the gravel pit.
Yeah, mind you, if someone's got the trailers.
Okay, can I just add to that if you don't mind? Look, I don't disagree with you at all. To me, there are 2 problems here. One is green waste, and the other is recycling. And I think we need to be a little bit more innovative to say, let's have a combined recycling. We can go and have green recycling bins.
Yeah,
The big ones. There is a cost to it, I acknowledge that, but that is much better because then people can just drive in and buy a car. You can put it by a car park.
Well, you can actually
the green waste.
Where the station is now, you can put recycling centre there because it picks up the trail riders, the walkers, the kids, the dog park.
But you might also have one down the other end of town, and you might have one in Featherston at 2. But the green waste is the second part, and if you take it out so you can mulch it outside town.
I think you may have seen some of the submissions, but very much it's in favour of maintaining some recycling and green waste recycling. What would your thoughts be as an amenities manager on the best way to approach this?
Well, Greytown is only open 7,500 hours a week. It isn't that busy on recycling. Green waste is the biggest issue.
Yeah.
I see a lot of stuff in the media about recycling on, but they all have urban pickups except for rural. So what does rural do with their rubbish and recycling? That's a question you have to ask, right? You know, do they put the bags on the streets for free, or do they drive all the way to Martin Road to drop it off? If they do that, then we're doing the recycling. My view is we stick a thing out the front and we locate somewhere else for the green waste, which we might have found. However, it is only 6 k's from the Martin Road refugee station, where we suggested Fenwick's Lane. Health and safety wise, it is definitely, if you want to go that way, it is definitely in the wrong place, particularly with park, walkers, cyclists, big trucks coming in all the time. And Cotters, obviously, Cotter Street might be trucks. So it does need to move, but we can split it. We could put another big recycling at that far in town, we can put another bin at this end, and just have somewhere else for green waste.
Is there, I mean, I will have to discuss, and perhaps it's a separate discussion with regards to proximity to Greytown and whether Ward's Lane is still appropriate. Because I think there is, from what I can gather, there's still a desire to have it within a close proximity of Greytown, not 6 k's.
Well, Carlton would be close to the woods line.
Yeah, so we have a problem with Street.
I don't really have a problem because we all work under the care.
Yeah.
Carlton are upgrading their station.
But I still think I think, you know.
We don't want to make it some place.
Yeah, so look, I think we're all going to agree that we do not close down or remove a recycling station from Greytown. But we would like council officers to look at alternative locations in the short term. I'm just going to pop this out here and we'll discuss it, for different locations for both green waste and or recycling. Gareth. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, I can live with that. Because I think there's more alternatives out there we haven't even considered. But can I just say, do you want to extend that further? Why we're limiting ourselves to Greytown? Why don't we look at alternatives for others as well? I mean, there was a comment in one of the submitters saying, you know, Featherston's in the same situation. You've got a rubbish tip right beside the dog park and the recreation ground. What about putting the recycling somewhere else? Does it have to be limited to Greytown?
Question. There are lots of issues in that proposal with regards to proximity of houses to current green waste. I'd like Pam.
I agree from the point of view of the submissions and things like that, that we don't close it. If we're going to look at alternative sites for it, then I think we also need to look at if that is cleared more regularly, so there is not a great build-up in the location that it's in where it's been for many years, then will that alleviate those people who have commented on the smell and the fact that the heat and there's mice and rats and things like that. So there must be a way of clearing that more regularly so that you don't get a build-up.
It doesn't address Bryson's point with regards to the frequency of cars or trailers, etc.
Yeah, but not too many people have commented on the traffic so much, but they have commented on the other aspects of it. Yeah. And I would be against where Bryce has suggested for the gravel pit, because there are people living quite close to that. There's a residential property.
If I recall back, both from the Greytown Community Board and our last annual plan, there was a lot of comment about traffic that causes. So I think we are addressing that issue. There is no footpath and there are other paths. And there's very high density housing, I think, in comparison with others.
Yeah, but those people already knew that was there.
RMA doesn't cure
that. Just I have a great sense of at 7 o'clock in the morning to stop for his watch.
I know.
And if they fire up that figure or whatever a truck turns up, we're going to wait.
Yeah. Right. Rebecca.
I absolutely would like to see the recycling centre stay. But the two things that are really clear to me is one is actually a management issue with the site. The recycling is managed incredibly well, but the green waste is not. So irrespective of whether we remain with a green waste site there for collection / composting, do we actually have a consent, all those conversations around that, the management of that appears to be the biggest issue there from my perspective. And I don't think that we can overlook reverse sensitivity. Even when people purchase in a particular environment, that's all well and good until something goes wrong or there's a change. What I heard really loud and clear from the people today, though, is they purchased knowing, but there has been a change, and that is in the management practice of that site. So if we can address the management practice of the site, that's important. And I think the second part of the conversation is not to be in this, but is a different conversation outside, is what do we do long term with green waste in the Greytown area, and are we looking at a collection system, a curbside collection system, or some other
thing that's rural, but yeah.
No, it doesn't. But we will have, I won't say hand on heart, there will be huge increase in fly tipping if we remove green waste from that site, and we will end up cleaning it up from the river.
Yep, cool, right.
I'm very clear that I think the message came to us to keep it in its current location. I would not like to see a wishy-washy message go out saying we're looking, I don't want a wishy-washy mission going out to the people. But I agree with Rebecca. I think the green waste needs to be looked at much more closely, its management, and maybe we can improve that. I think that in the medium term that we could look at another location, but to my way of thinking, it has to be reasonably close, and whether there's land that we've got we could purchase. But in the first instance, I just think we should say, no, we're not closing it. And B, yes, we're going to look at how we can manage the green waste more effectively.
Yeah, I absolutely what you said. I agree. I with everything, because my main concern was actually about the management. That was what came through to me quite clearly as well, was the management of green waste today, because you wouldn't be getting so many rats if it was being taken away like it should have been. So
we'll get on to that because it goes to there's an allocation for money to require to manage that and clear it well.
We're lucky in Featherston, we do have a rat problem, but
You're lucky.
no,
You're lucky,
we
right?
do. And I acknowledge that we have. My dog loves sniffing out those bloody rats in the footpath. He can spot them a mile off.
There's a dog.
So I get what they're saying, because as soon as they do actually move all the green waste, the rats come out to play, and it's amazing to see the whole ground shift. So I totally get what Greytown have to put up with. And it is bang smack in a kind of like a residential area. We're lucky in Featherston that it's right next to a railway line. It is across from a sports field, but there's no interest there, so the rats don't go over there.
I partially agree with my fellow councillors from Greytown, but I disagree with the conclusion. I believe that recycling still needs to be available in Greytown, but I completely disagree that this is the appropriate place for it, because you've now got agreement to build a park there for kids. You've got a whole new subdivision at Tararua Junction and so on. So since those people moved in there 5 years ago, the town has completely changed. So it's not their fault that what they had and now is different. So it's just in the wrong place. The message we need to send out is, yes, we are going to keep recycling in Greytown. We are going to look for an alternative place to do green waste. And until we do, this will operate. But the long-term point is to move it to a more suitable place. And that's just the way, it's just the message.
Yep, I agree with Peter, investors, right, but pointing at Rebecca and Lee, what they say.
And I would probably add my 2 cents. It's not totally clear, but I don't think we should be clear and say no, we will not be moving. But I would also like another resolution that council officers look at alternative and deliver to assets and services alternatives that may be available for either moving all or part thereof of their recycling into an alternative, better location if available.
So can I just check So say for instance, in 2 years' time, we do come up with those options. If we've got a decision not to close recycling centre, we have to go, will that trigger an annual plan? We would have to go for a decision. We want to activate alternative locations. That would, and as a result, close the transfer station, we'll have to go and reconsult again.
It depends on what our resolution is.
So if we wrote a resolution that actually said, should we,
without requiring an annual plan trigger.
That's exactly what
I'm more than happy with that. So you know the tone of what we're talking about? There's actually, so there's the tone. We can get a resolution, but
I don't like that part on, because I think there's what I'm getting from Bryce is the recycling component of something we can manage. It's the green waste that is the issue.
So what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can get a resolution that says, I'm going to go around the table again, that we do not close Greytown recycling, but
should we,
within the next triennium, if a better option comes up, we are able to move on it.
Option for a recycling and green waste station, you mean?
And who knows what that might look
Could
like.
could I turn that round a little bit?
So I'm not sure what that would look like, whether it's green waste is actually removed and the recycling stay. We don't know what that's going to look like until council has to done.
Can I turn that round and rather than say we won't close, because then you're going to trigger something. You say we will close when we find a better solution.
I think we
and
can do that.
Sorry?
I don't think we need to tie ourselves into lost today.
Yeah, we can work on that better.
Yeah. Part of what we agreement is in principle today.
Yeah, just put your hand up, I've seen it.
You weren't looking at me.
And we can have a discussion at the workshop on the 11th around being clear what it is actually we want to do.
But I think we're all in agreement. I think it's down to the list. So we all call that basically we're not going to remove it from greater. And there's some options in the short to medium term with regards to green waste. Okay.
Yep. So this issue is actually a wrong issue. It's recycling, not green waste. Recycling can be done virtually anywhere, or it can even stay in its current location. I don't think it's the recycling that's the issue.
No, it's not.
I agree.
Yeah. So there's no reason why that part can't
We
stay
don't
where
know
it
what's
is.
the solution there. You've got accepted things, and it'll combine both. We don't want to stop us from doing it. Bryce, you had a mention.
I just want to point out that I don't care if it stays open or closed. That's not my view. It's just someone to solve the grief from people coming to us all the time. The green waste, as you say, you want more management of it. That will be quite a substantial cost, and I'll have to find that out. So Spatial only has one industrial mulcher that they travel on the back of the truck. It's a massive thing, and they go Masterton, Carterton, and our 3 sites, both our sites. So I would have to talk to Mike about how he manages that extra green waste. It's like the centre stays, but that could be quite substantial.
But I think from the people that have come and submitted is that they've seen a significant reduction in the management of green waste, which is why they're coming to us now.
I think that's something we need to look at from a separate.
That's a separate, yeah. That's because you're asking about management.
So I just wanted to.
I agree. It's a question.
I just wanted to say that the decision to close it or otherwise doesn't have a financial implication in our long-term plan, right? If we are going to go to an alternative way of doing recycling, like we talked about perhaps bins or whatever, there is a cost, and so we need to actually have some money in the system to actually pay for that. If that's the way we go, and
at the moment we're not conversation with the community not have any impact.
But this is a long-term plan. Do we not want to cover our bases?
But it could be
because otherwise you're going to have to then go out to consult about buying bins, for example.
But it could be cost neutral.
Now,
well, I would hope it will be cost neutral, because really it's a matter of being able to store without any negative benefit of residents in a different place.
Like a reserves or something.
Green waste.
I would like it.
But we've still got the rural issue, so I don't think
still
it doesn't
doesn't
address that.
How long have Earth Care been?
Okay, so I've just checked with Katrina. We could do that. We could put that to year 3 onwards. So
any increased cost.
So we're actually showing that, say for instance, if there's price a contract to remove the machine or whatever it is, and there's an extra cost for the trucking and all that kind of stuff. So we can actually.
So that frees us up.
That then gives us a time frame which to work this and a message that we can send and say yes, we are looking.
I'd still like you to look
within
at
3 years.
a possible solution and a resolution that if something pops up, we don't have to trigger an annual plan to do so.
Oh, okay, that's why it's putting something.
So I'm going to hold that. At the moment, I think our resolution in actual wording is that we do not close down the Great Out Recycling Centre. We all okay with that?
But I think all the points. We'll be discussing the wording of the resolution.
Oh,
that's not the resolution.
Needs to be very clear.
It's probably just something more for my benefit at the moment, but how long have Earth Care been managing the site for? How long have Earth Care been managing the site for?
It's a 7-year contract, so I think 3 years.
So that's the change that people have been talking about from City Care.
City Care.
Right.
I mean, I think with there's a bigger discussion with regards to how we handle waste, what the government is doing.
And I think that's all three counts.
And it's a looming issue that I think we've already raised with services. Right, that's number 6.
Just to give you a quick heads up, so what that effectively means at this point, remember the starting point for rates revenue and not the average urban rate, the starting point for rates revenue is 16.9%. Okay, so cumulatively, you're looking at about another 3% on top of that. And 2% of that is roads, and roughly 1% is some of the items I mentioned before. So you're sitting at about another 2.93% on top of 60. That's rates revenue.
Harry, could you go through those numbers again, please? Sorry, that was a bit fast.
Okay, so your rates revenue that you went out with was 16.9.
Yep.
That's rates revenue, which is not how it falls on the distribution across lifestyle, urban, rural, etc. Okay, so the roads alone adds another 2%. Yeah, to that. Okay, and there will be about another 1%, which relates to those things I mentioned, like bringing the waste position forward and the rates review.
Yeah, so we'll call that adjustments.
Okay. So that's a 3% on top of the 16.
19.9.
Now, the thing that you're going to have to be very, and I want this to change your decision making, but it's just something to be aware of when we come back to the workshop. Where that number is going to change the figures significantly is in the lifestyle block area. So remember, the lifestyle block, even if they stood still without any rate increase at all, would be going up by at least 20 or 30% of the revaluation.
Revaluation of what, sorry?
Of the
property.
What you're going to get is the proportion of rates increase, even though we've described it, from last year to this year. That's agnostic of the change in valuation on the lifestyle property. So even if we didn't do any rates increase, full stop, not this figure, any rates increase, the change would be almost about 20%.
No, not that high, if we retained nothing, but the problem is with the rural sector is that lifestyle properties are a subset of rural, that they are rural, but they're lifestyle properties which are under 10 hectares. Their land values have gone up substantially more than the larger farms. So therefore, they've got a higher cost differential. So whereas in urban, all land values have gone up roughly the same. So their, I guess, share of the pie is going to be the same. But in the rural sector, it's actually a lot of the burden is going, more of the burden as a proportion is going to fall on those lifestyle properties than on the larger farms.
And the reason that I'm citing that is because that the rural roads decision will fall proportionally 70% on the lifestyle properties. Yeah. Right. So I just want to just be aware.
I think we will. Thank you for that. We have identified that
And I'm not trying to make you change your decision making. I just want you to be aware that that's where the run is going to be.
Can I just bring something up? But is the majority of our lifestyle blocks on the outskirts of our towns? Because is that something that we should be looking at as well if we were doing a review on urban versus rural versus? Do you know what I mean? Like it may be that they what was considered lifestyle block, a lot of them may actually be on where we're looking at possibly being more urban. So
I think they will come out of the review.
Yeah, well, that's why I bring it up now.
It's a really good question. Cool. Right, guys. What's the time?
I won't help everyone.
So the next any other big items of expenditure that you've heard through the submissions that we need to take into consideration?
We had.
So we need to run a bit of a whiteboard or just a list.
Okay. Enviro schools, and I'm not sure whether we've already included this in our budget. What's your 14.4K pay over 3 years.
Yes, Mara schools.
Still in there? Okay.
It's with MOU, haven't they?
Again, so there was an increase. Nuku Ora, or Sports Wellington, 1.6K, 2K per year over 3 years.
Yeah.
Yes. And we also had Dark Sky, which made a submission looking at funding of administration to maintain the Dark Sky. Was that 8,000?
0.4.
It was
8,000 over how many years?
Per year.
trying to find it.
Which would decrease as Masterman came on to the Dark Sky. We just got to clarify that that submission where they actually ask
the questions. Do you want
to?
Yeah.
My only concern about things like that is that it's great to have the dark skies, but are they going to become kind of like more self-funding, or is this an ongoing cost that we just have to put?
I think a lot of, I mean, I've been pretty involved. There's been a lot of cost to get to this point. And it's actually a minimal cost, I think, to maintain.
Yeah.
We've spent tens of thousands of dollars on writing the inventory, writing tests, trips, submissions. And I think a lot of this has been funded, and I think a lot of this has been funded by the members of the board.
Yes. Normally this would come to the grants process. So, you know, this would normally be consideration that you've got to the grants process. So your question fundamentally is if this doesn't scale with that, is that going to knock something else out that you're able to do? So is there enough money in the grants that will cover this and a range of things? Because this is currently increase.
I think being on the grants, and I think everyone, there are some seriously big chunky bits that reduce down our nimbleness with regards to weather projects. We've got quite a large chunk that goes to free, Aratoy, cobblestones.
We didn't even do Aratoy, did we?
We did.
Yeah, but not
a grant.
That's right.
So we lose 50 to 60% of our grant funding immediately on large chunks. So while it would be nice to increase the grant funding, is that the appropriate rate of funding?
I think it is.
That's the appropriate way to fund it.
Yeah.
And the question
Yes, have you got enough?
We've used all our allocation for this.
Oh, for
No,
this
you
year,
take
yes.
So the next fight will be
1st of July.
And we do that about August 10th.
So the question is, do you want, because they also had Pacifica.
yeah.
That would be a grant.
Yeah, was closer.
Yeah, there was also a discussion here regarding increasing the amount for
yes,
Holy
from 90 to 150.
150. So we did ask for clarification on why that cost was required. So there was that submission as well.
So where is that money coming from?
From our rates.
Ratepayers.
So wait. The ratepayers are going to pay for a Maori wall.
No, this is about a Māori liaison officer.
Oh, Maori
Just
liaison.
in the council. So that'd be another officer in the council.
But they've upped the ante with regards to what they feel is appropriate to fund it.
Because being, hang on, but just think for a second. Someone coming in that has to actually set up and write out what that looks like, the whole job and everything. So normally you have a team project managing it.
So what we've asked is to clarify where that funding is, so first if we can see whether.
So can I just grab that round of conversation? So I think there's a little difference between the door to grants program. Right?
Yep.
And so we just need to identify what those were from the submissions, and then basically say, do we think there's enough money in the pot to actually cover the essential things that are going on, just to get a rough idea. So because the basic things, they need to go to the grants side, those things. And your question is, have you got enough in the allocations? Yeah.
I would say what
you've got in MOUs and things like that out of the grants fund, you're just about going to use your all of the grants fund, not youth ones, but the other ones. If you add that extra 40,000 in from Ringatani that they want for that extra.
That wouldn't come out of grants.
60, but that wouldn't.
No, that's a separate discussion we need to vote on.
60, sorry.
I think.
And I think it was 8,000 from Dark Sky. That was.
Yeah. So I think we're looking at a modest increase in the grants.
I disagree. So what we do, we'll just get a sense of, you know, of the grants program, given the incoming stuff, because that is the mechanism to fund it. And you've got a mechanism, MOU, that gives time for those bigger things. So, but it's the question of what's the size of that envelope. So what I'm getting is a sense that you're feeling that the current allocation is slightly constrained.
Yeah, look, I just want a slight word of caution that, with things like the dark skies, whilst I can see the economic benefit, and I've asked this question of the Dark Sky Society a number of times, and they don't give me an answer, is what's going to be the bill that council are going to have to fit for infrastructure and things. And that what they have said is that the dark sky down at St John's Observatory down Tekabo, the council are scrambling because of the infrastructure bill, and they can't afford it. So it is going to come our way. So we just have to be aware of this. And it's not going to be able to be funded out of grants in the future. It's going to come right out of.
Once we know the quantum, that'll come to the next LTP. We are looking at a very slow move on this.
I'm just a bit confused about the Mary liaison. This is going to be a staff member.
So the best part is the development of it.
We're just waiting on the detail.
The original proposal was a chunk of money, so that we're going to talk to our iwi partners and our harbor about what's the best form that we can resource engagement with council. Okay. So we were actually quite clear that it wasn't going to be necessarily an iwi liaison officer. We're just saying let's talk to our partners and find how they want to interact with us. That was our starting position. Okay. The Maori Standing Committee submitted basically saying they would like some time, you know, 1 to 2 chunks, but they started raising the prospect of a Maori and iwi liaison. So what they were wanting was to be able to fund someone with a fixed term contract, so not an permanent employee, who can actually do that work about talking to our partners about what form of funding and the relationship would be. And their question was there sufficient money in the LTP to actually fund that piece of work? And then it should have transpired into a staff position as well. So, you know, so I was imagining sort of 3 months or 6 months work on that liaison discussion, and then should they decide to have a staff 6 months of salary that would carry on to the annual salary. That's what the original concept was.
And I think that was the submission that was based on the understanding. The early discussions we had were based around the costings that we put in were based around a part-time position. And then some further funding to support some professional services for iwi to respond to Resource Management Act requests, and then some additional funding for any project type work we wanted to take forward in, you know, per year. So it was a rough estimate based on those things that we identified. So
it was around 100.
We had thought we could take forward, but the discussion was always that we would then need to talk to the Māori Standing Committee and talk to iwi and our Māori partners on actually how best we could fulfil Māori liaison moving forward.
Sorry, so I haven't actually finished. So it's kind of like what we're reinventing the wheel, where other councils already have the structure of a Māori liaison officer or a Māori whatever it is. So I'm a bit confused.
They don't have anything like that.
So I suppose, Brenda, we started off thinking just go and put a Māori liaison person or an iwi liaison person. Then we were actually reminded, that's a bit arrogant. You know, we should actually be talking to our partners about what's the way they want to engage with us without making an assumption about how we think they would want us to engage. So that was the reset. So that's when we went out and we were very clear that we would talk to our partners about what is the way we resource the engagement that we can have. before making a decision about where we employ staff.
So the quantum of that, well, we have asked them to explain how they come up with the figure and map that out, so we make a decision on that. So at the moment, it remains at 90, which is in there. But if they can justify or you agree that the need is there for that, then we may have an adjustment.
And hold your arms.
And does that 90 include the engaging well?
Engagement officer already?
It's separate, totally separate.
Why?
We have responsibility.
Because that was previous, wasn't it? So that was already going to happen, the engaging well.
Some funding within the Māori Standing Committee budget from some of that.
Yeah, to be able to get engaging well.
Some extra amount within in the budget we put into the LTP for some.
Yeah. Has he given a time when he started?
Not yet, no. Because it's still, yes.
Yeah.
So it seems like there are two separate parties trying to do the same thing and they're not even talking to each other.
Who's that?
No, we've just started.
But.
Yeah.
Rangitani actually said for the same thing because that's the amount that they feel is the correct amount to be able to get it up and running and get all of to be able to get everything all in place.
Maori Standing Committee number is the same.
Well, we don't know whether that which way they can. Look, so it's cool.
Yeah. I just want
I just need to see that scope and look at that just and see how that works into where we see it panning out. But that is an advisory from our Māori Standing Committee. Right? Any other issues that we have that we need to include that?
So it's the funding. Was there any other requests? So we've split off the range of things that are likely to come into the grant program, and we'll come back with some figures about how big the grant program should be to actually support the range of what we do, which doesn't mean you're going to fund everything.
No.
Make decisions about who's in and who's out, and we'll come back with some idea about whether we've got the sizing of that every liaison work.
And also in the submissions was about the looking after the Urupa for Papawai. So the cemeteries at Papawai and out at Kohonui as well. So
So Bryce, so there was in the Māori Standing Committee.
And also Rangitani's
request whether we would extend our contract, which is specific to that. We're saying, would we extend the care and maintenance that we do for our cemeteries? Would we extend that to
I think that's a government decision. So your parts are managed outside of local council.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right.
Yes,
You're absolutely right. They're on private land. They could be, yes. No. We could make this decision to do that.
Oh, yeah.
To do that. But I just, so have you any idea what does it cost us for a very small cemetery, say of about, what's the old graveyard here? What's that cost?
I don't know, because it's all captured in the main contract. So it's not split. Unless you can see Katrina the maintenance costs somewhere, but I'm not sure.
Would it be $1,000 a year? Would it be $10,000?
Oh no, weed spray. Mowing. At the moment, the natural burial is $158 a fortnight to mow that size section. So the times 50, 26. So it's equivalent to 10 grand.
Yeah, that's none of them are as big as that, but it could be 10 grand for all three, you know.
But the answer is, I suspect it would be a very, very expensive proposition.
So an extra 10 grand for all three.
No, each
one. No.
None of them are like they're tiny. He used Featherstone as the example of the size of the cemetery. I mean, none of them are anywhere near that size.
Could we?
Tiny.
There is a resolution, I believe, in the cemetery world with the government of looking at possibly taking them over due to the fact that the Mariolas are actually disappearing and no one's actually taking them over. I did read that on the government papers, but I don't think it's been passed or pushed through. Yeah.
So there are a couple of other options. I'm just making this up, please. So I might be thought about it. One is that we that a Marae actually applies for a grant. And the same scenario that we just talked about. But we allocated some money for the Maori Standard Committee for Ryan, Karen.
We did, but I'm just a bit cautious to be putting out that we don't know what the scale of the
That's
issue
right,
is.
yeah.
So why don't we take the time before the 11th to see what we can find out, and then if we can come back to the 11th to talk about perhaps a programme. It's forward on potentials.
I know, because although it wasn't money like grants as such, it was in there, so I thought, oh, that's why I should raise it now, because I did.
It's probably the time because you and I are working through the section 7A and we're putting a procurement out for the parks and reserves. So if the decision is made somewhere along the line, we could just bring that in that contract.
So can I just get a sense, if it wasn't expensive and, relatively, say it was about 10 grand to keep all of the three very small cemeteries on the three varieties, 10 grand, 20 grand, would that be comfortable to you?
Not 20.
There's four. There's another one.
No, so it's Whakatuma,
So is
Kapawai, and
any
Koinui.
cost is comfortable, or is it, it's simply, so are we saying?
I think that's Whakatuma.
I think it has to be relevant.
Yeah, so it's Whakatuma, Koinui and Kapawai.
It should be
You
funded.
can see, you could drive
What about Moki?
out there and see Kapawai.
Yeah,
Yeah, Kapawai. Sorry, I mean Kapawai, I mean Koinui.
But what about Moki?
Guys, that's what we need to get a sense of what you want to do. Side conversations, please. Stop.
And to me, we've already got a significant impact on rates, and we really at this point need to absolutely minimise any further increases.
So basically you're saying no?
That would be my view.
Grant funding is kind of a nice to have, and it is.
Will this come under grant funding?
Oh, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
So moved on from that.
I'm like so confused. I'm like,
grant funding is a nice to have, and it's a nice thing for the council to do, but it comes at a cost to the ratepayers. So I'm in favour of not actually adding more to the grant funding. For the moment.
So but you're going to have
For the
that,
moment.
so what we'll do is we'll be coming back saying, here are the questions you had, that the normal mechanism of grant funding, and this is what you're currently spending on grant funding. If you were to accommodate these,
this is
what would you, you'll have to make a decision in the applicant. Can you knock something out through that, or do you really want to increase by whatever it is? That's what we're going to come back to. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so just looking through the Maori Standing Committee thing, they've asked for money, about $10,000 for a scope to design work, $20,000 each year for the next 5 years for each town. So there. So that's
on top of
that's about $100,000 there for each town.
and they've included Pirinoa.
Yeah.
What
including Pirinoa.
That's quite a jump on what was originally discussed with during the spatial, the LTP conversations and consultations.
And sorry, while I'm going, they've asked for paper roads to be done, or roads to be roads for walking, cycling, and vehicle access to various reserves on the Western Lake of Moana.
That's already,
So, when we start looking at money here, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, not just tens of thousands of dollars. So,
what we got put in there as a result of consultation with the Maori Standing Committee?
So we had to set aside some money for the Gateway project, Paul, and some of the discussions there was potentially that could be proposed. So that might cover off that. I don't know to hand how much to go. Right. So.
Well, so you just grab that submission and give us a commentary. Cool. Now it goes tomorrow.
Hang on, there's one other thing, unless I was asleep. We didn't discuss Luther Taloa's submission about contribution to Pasifika and Filipino.
Well, that will be added into the things that you're looking at.
But we need, but we need.
So sorry, actually, that's one of the things I'm assuming that we would grab into that.
Yes, please. Could,
yes, I didn't mean to grab.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Could we actually, sorry, sorry, Rebecca, Alistair was talking about the money for the pose. Can we actually put that in 3 years out put that into our calculations for 3 years out, because by the time they design and have them carved and things like that, it's going to be three years before we do anything, and that will allow us then to look at an amount of money in the next LTP or how we go.
Karen has already indicated she will report back to us what money has been put aside for those backlog projects, so we can make the decision.
Just one other thing that came up at our combined district plan, you may not be aware of, but they did decide to fund iwi's presence at the meeting.
On Carlton.
And come back to each individual council, so.
Okay, so I'm not aware of that.
No, and I don't think they've come at Russell with a figure on that.
Yes, I think they did.
Is that a decision?
They made a decision.
They have, I mentioned this at PLT as an update. They have come, yes, I have mentioned that. And it is a report to go back to the individual councils to raise the council's consideration of the area of supporting iwi's involvement in governance, the delivery of the district plan review, and for some of the, so that's going. But the catch was in councillors' discussion on the topic, they did not get into specifics of how much, so we've just put a sense of vagary on the topic, but that would be, as you say, Jenny, that would be raised for councillors.
I think we put aside quite a considerable amount of money for the district plan review. Is it likely to be able to cover the budget?
I think so. So I think there's actually going to be the next question will be about the degree to which we do a full district plan review or we scale it in the context of the RMA rules. But bear in mind that we're going to have different drivers than other councils because we're implementing the geospatial plan. So it's really important that we have the mechanism strategy.
So that it is quite robust.
Which actually, so when the other council have things that are important that we would share, but we're going to have a few extra things that they will have because we don't want to just put everything on hold for the next 10 years or wait for the RMA reforms to move on. So I think there's going to be give and take in terms of the budget because of that basis. Yeah.
I just want to flag that.
That's all right.
Yeah, there'll be trade-offs all the way through, but just to give background on Jeffy's comment that was raised by the councillor from Masterton in terms of as a whole, we should keep that endorsement of councillors agree the merits of it. But there was a part of the government's aspect attendance of district plan review and some of the work that iwi groups do in the implementation aspect. The figure hasn't been, no figure was attempted at.
No.
Now, well, it's good. I think we've done a big LTP with some caveats. We've got to come back and get clarification on. Now, tomorrow we're doing spatial plan. Yep. Tomorrow at 11, I must leave to go to a pre-arranged appointment in Marston. Then be back. Are you comfortable with Garrett taking the chair?
No, don't let him do it. No. Sure. Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe all's done, right? Yeah, nice. Great, thank you very much, everyone. I declare this meeting. Right. The late Brian Jepson.
I think so.
I think
that is
You'll be glad that you've done this. Okay? You'll be so glad you've done it. I'm sure
See you tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Well done.
You must be your mate.
Okay. Next week, so I'm going to try and go home and finish some work for communities. Even though I'm leave. CGP. Nice idea.
Will you be here? Oh, sadly. You stay cut up a bit.
Yeah.
Some really good tips around how
I'm going to discuss with Karen.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to get consulting.